Good morning, everyone, and welcome to CSIS. I'm very pleased to see everyone here today. My name is Joseph Majkut. I'm the Director of the Energy Security and Climate Change Program here at CSIS. If you'll give me a moment, sir, I have to do a couple of pre-flight announcements.
Commercial.
For those who are joining online, I hope that you take the opportunity to interact with our programming today via social media. And for those of you who've joined us in the room, I'm very grateful for that. This is our program's first in-person conference in the endemic period of COVID. And so we're really pleased that so many folks came out. I'll note that CSIS takes your safety and comfort very seriously. So if there's any issues that arise while you're here, please let us know. And if anything happens or a big alarm goes off, I encourage you to discover one of the exits at either end of the room or follow the instructions of a CSIS staff member. And we are meant to regroup behind the building, and I've heard that the tradition is that I have to take you all out for ice cream at the National Geographic Society. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but if it does, there's a sweet treat at the end. We have a great program for you today. There's a lot to talk about, and this program comes at a very important time for how we think about the future of the oil and gas industry. Potentially, like several inflection points are all occurring at the same time. But before we get into the details, we're very honored to be joined for an early morning conversation about energy security and U.S. leadership in this context with Representative Scott Peters, who joins me this morning. Representative Peters represents the 52nd District of California, roughly San Diego. He served in Congress since 2013, and one of the reasons why we're very excited that he is joining us today is, like CSIS, Mr. Peters tries to find consensus, tries to find solutions. We were discussing in the back room, lives the hard life at the middle of the road. I think when we think about a lot of the challenges that we're facing regarding energy prices, energy security, and climate change, and how we can accomplish our goals across all those different imperatives, we're going to have to find ways to make compromise. We're going to have to find ways, our leadership is going to have to find ways to work across the aisle. And Mr. Peters is a great example of those principles now serving in Congress. So, Mr. Peters, I'm very pleased that you're joining us today. We'll try to get you out on time. And I look forward to a good conversation. I will offer just a brief question to start our conversation, which is, how do you view this current moment? Energy security is under immediate stress for our allies. Prices are very high in the United States for oil and increasingly for natural gas, but decarbonization remains a long-term priority. And in your mind, how does this situation create or new imperatives for legislative or administrative response?
Well, thanks for having me, and thanks for the question. There's quite a little focus on the short run here, but I think if you step back from what's happening right now, there's no better illustration for the need in terms of energy security to diversify our energy inputs. We are really dependent on oil and gas. A lot of it comes from nice people in Texas, but a lot of it comes from mean people in Saudi Arabia, in Iran, Venezuela, people we don't necessarily want to be dependent on, and that's not security. So often, I think when I first started on the Energy and Commerce Committee, the Texans and the Oklahomans were very proud of the production that we've made in the United States and the advances that we've been able to displace coal with natural gas, which burns cleaner. And I think we deserve to be happy about that. But I think if you look at this moment in energy security, it's very precarious for us. And I think that's another reason beyond the environment and beyond economic considerations to support this transition. I also say in the short run we need more oil and gas because we can't really ignore what's happening to people who have to pay these higher prices. A lot of what's happened, I understand, comes from disruptions in the supply chain that have happened throughout the world in many industries because of the pandemic, and some of that will recover. But the other thing I want to say, though, is that whatever the timeline for the transition and however complete it is, we're going to be using oil and gas for a long time. So one of the things I've been trying to make a priority of in the short run and the medium term is to make sure that that's cleaner as we use it. And so I could talk about my visits to Texas to learn about those things and to evangelize for that. But we have a short run problem, but we have a long-term objective that's really not changed, but security is another reason to support that transition.
Maybe let's hear a little bit more about trips to Texas. You've got a bill to control methane emissions at the facility level, to set intensity standards and watch them decrease over time, or require them to decrease over time. So sort of a two-part question. Why is that so critical? And why is a legislative response important in your view, given that the EPA has oil and gas methane rules? Is it politics? Is it the stability of policy over time? Why do you think that's an important area for Congress to be working?
25% of warming today happens from methane. Most of that, some of that's agricultural, most of it comes from leaks along the oil or the gas production and distribution system. And it seems to me that's the bargain we can make with the industry. You want to call natural gas a bridge fuel, that's great. But you got to get methane under control. And it's not that hard. It's not that complicated a task. So I was in my office and the scheduler came in and she said, you got an invitation, this is during the pandemic, it was April 21 or something like that, it was right in the middle of it. They said, you got an invitation to go to Houston to talk to the Energy Security Forum, I think was the name of it, in person, and it's at the Petroleum Club. That's a no, right? I said, no, that's an absolutely yes. We're going to go to the Petroleum Club. I went out there, spoke to this group, and it was me and I think 8 other members of the Energy and Commerce Committee, all Republicans. And I was like, a curiosity, a Democrat in Texas talking about energy in Houston at the Petroleum Club. But the point I wanted to make was what I just said, but also, there's a business reason to do this too. A contract between from Brownsville, Texas and France had just been canceled. I think it was 20 years and $7 billion because of concerns from the customer that the gas wasn't clean. And you're going to see South Korea and Japan and the EU demand cleaner gas. We also practically have a gap to fill, probably with LNG. But I don't want to do that until we've got our methane under control. So you got to talk to Texas about oil and gas, so that's why I've gone twice to Houston. I've gone to Midland to see production. I've spoken to the petroleum engineering folks at Texas Tech in their lab out in the field. I want to work with the industry to make this work, and I hope they'll work with me. In terms of legislation, I mean, we've not solved any great problem in this country that's in a partisan way, whether it's going to the moon or winning a world war or fighting a pandemic. It's got to be done together, or it becomes a political punching bag. So the Trump tax cuts, political punching bag. That was Republicans only. Obamacare, Democrats only, political punching bag. And the Iran deal. These things may survive, they may not, but unless we do them together, they're just not durable. One of the first things we did was restore the Obama-era methane rules from 2016, which are fine, but could be a lot better. And now the administration is working on new methane rules, but they'll be the Biden rules. So I'd much prefer we came together at the Energy and Commerce Committee and had an agreement legislatively about how to go forward. Also, we have the Supreme Court decision on the Chevron doctrine looming over us. I'm not sure how familiar you are with that, but may really curtail the freedom of administrative agencies to make these rules on their own. So for all those reasons, I'm trying to be involved in it myself.
Really interesting. I mean, I'd be fascinated to talk to you about administrative and constitutional approaches to regulation in the United States, but I'll withhold myself. Bipartisanship is something you've mentioned several times. Given the polarized environment, it's sort of easy to forget there's been a lot of success even in the last 18 months, right? The bipartisan infrastructure law not only does a lot on the infrastructure side, but makes, I think, the largest single package of clean energy investment that the United States has been willing to commit to at this time. What do you see as the next basket of of potential opportunities for bipartisanship. Methane, I'm guessing that you're pursuing them. Methane, border adjustment is something that you've also worked on in Congress. We've seen some Republican signals around that. But what are the areas where you think that in, let's say next year or in the future, bipartisan compromise can really be built?
There seems to be a consensus about basic research in energy. Republicans, Democrats both think there's a role for government in that. That's been pretty good. I did a bill called the Use It Act with Dave McKinley from West Virginia on carbon capture. Part of that was research on direct air capture. Part of it is enhanced oil recovery. Another technology we can use for oil and gas today to make it cleaner. I think that's pretty low-hanging fruit. We also have a resiliency bill that Chris Coons and Lisa Murkowski introduced, and is me and Salazar from Florida. We're the only G20 country without a real resiliency plan in the administration. I think that's possible. Chris Coons and I did a border carbon adjustment bill. That's harder because, and if you look at the bill, it's more of an invitation to figure this out. If Canada and Europe and England are imposing $80, $100 a ton on carbon, they're not about to trade with us if we don't bear those same costs. And vice versa. Likewise, if companies in the United States are doing the right thing and incurring costs, they're going to want to have credit for that as we trade. So Senator Coons and I have an idea about how to do those adjustments in the context of trade, but without a carbon tax or without some sort of price on carbon. Very difficult to do the accounting. So there's a lot of figuring that out. I know that there are secretly Republican senators who are open to the idea of carbon pricing. We have a hard time getting them to come out from behind the curtain. Mm-hmm. But all these things are possible, I think, and at the right moment, if we keep working on them, could emerge. But methane is the thing I'm really working on hard right now, because I think there's a industry reason to do it. I would just say one other thing. When you have industry behind you, like we had with the on hydrofluorocarbons, the industry wanted us to do something to set a standard. It was easier to get Republicans and Democrats on board. That's why I hope the oil and gas industry would help us come up with a regime that would really take care of this methane issue and give us an argument that this is a really clean way to go forward as we transition to a more secure and more diverse system of energy inputs.
I want to make the congressman available to folks in the audience. If you want to come up and ask a question, we've got a microphone here. We can go through a few general questions. I'll remind you, as you're conceiving of your question, that questions at CSIS have a brief introductory sentence, and they're followed by a second sentence that goes up at the end. If you can try and format your question in that way, it would be greatly appreciated. I'm sure there's a lot of people who want to hear from the congressman, but I'll close with one observation. If anybody would like to come up, you're more than welcome to do so. The theme that we seem to be kind of dancing around is that the future of the American economy is one that can be clean and getting cleaner probably faster than a lot of our competitors or even potentially our allies. But we don't really have the system in place that's going to allow that acceleration to occur. While that is happening, we will also be looking at a more secure and potentially more resilient energy system that's just drawing on more sources. When you make that argument in Congress or with your Republican colleagues, where are the gaps? Where do folks still need convincing? And how does the research community contribute to showing the alignment between the climate agenda, energy security, and American economic promise?
So I think, one of the biggest revelations to me was when I went to Midland and I met some of the people doing oil and gas. And I had not appreciated the cultural importance of this to those people, which seems obvious now. Yeah. But these people had been in the fields for 3 generations. They loved their work. It was honest work. They were really proud of what they do. And as some Californian who's not really, we don't have a lot of extraction industry. We have a little, but I just had not appreciated the shift this would be, not just in terms of how you make your living, but what your life is. And I think when I talk to Texans about it, even though I was saying to you, Texas is, after China, Texas is second in wind. Fort Hood is totally renewable. I mean, they're doing all sorts of stuff in Texas in renewable energy, but it's like they don't want to talk about it because it would be a betrayal to the sort of the culture. I think that's a real problem. I think also, like, a lot of Democrats see this as statistics. It's not statistics, it's lives. And I think that's why it's really important for us to get together and listen. And one of my best friends in Congress now is Jody Arrington. Jody Arrington is a super right-winger. We're actually working together on debt and deficit issues. But we're honestly friends, and trying to figure out how to work together on methane has been a challenge for me, because I think it's a cultural thing. And so I think that might be one of the biggest obstacles. The research is really vital because we have to have good facts. When we get together in a room and we finally talk, we have to decide objectively what are the numbers we want to hit, what are the numbers we have to hit. And I thank the folks who do research for providing us good information, because it's got to be reliable at the end of the day. The obstacle right now is more political than analytical, I think.
Feel free to introduce yourself and pose a question.
Thank you. Daniel Ramey from Resources for the Future. Just directly to the topic you were just speaking about, I understand that many of the largest obstacles are political, but I'm wondering, from your perspective, whether on methane or other oil and gas related issues, what are some of the most important research questions that the research community can answer to provide that evidence base to support decision making?
I'm trying to remember the name of a company I wanted to reference, but so in methane, what's happened in methane since 2016 is now we can identify much more precisely the presence of methane. We can do it from satellites. We can do it on the ground. And there's a company, I wish I remembered the name, that's actually become able to identify the quantity of methane, which was a big advance. That means that the 2016 methane rules, which prescribe this pump or this compressor, the best available technology, are really kind of anachronistic, because we could actually regulate emissions. By the way, the reason that company developed that technology wasn't any government thing. It was that some gas producers want to show that their methane is clean to the market, right? And so that's another reason for innovation. You guys have done great work on carbon pricing too. I hope to get around to that someday too. But I think in terms of methane, that's the magic, is that we've now coming close to being able to figure out exactly where methane's leaking, and then we could give the producers and the pipelines and the distributors the ability to do in the most effective way to take a look at what to do about it. Methane's one of those things that I don't think ever is going to be too affected by carbon pricing, because it's so damn cheap to let it go. So you're going to have to do a regulation around that. But again, I think as technology develops, and as we get better research, I think we have more opportunities to handle it more efficiently. Does that make sense?
Yes, please. While we wait for this question, Mr. Peters, one of the things that I see on sort of, no matter whom I'm talking to in the energy industry, is a general frustration with permitting, siting, and the sort of the lag time between a project manager getting an idea and something actually happening.
Right.
Is that a key area where you think agreement can be built? I mean, this is something that oil and gas folks are worried about. This is something that the renewables industry is challenged with. Never mind, like, the electricity transmission in people. And
Nobody's listening, right?
No. Yes, this is a private environment, sir. Let it rip.
It really frustrates me, because I think, like, one of the really misguided strategies on the left is to try to constrain supply, permit by permit, as if that's an energy policy. That's not an energy policy. The appropriate thing to do is to handle demand through something like a carbon price to reduce the demand for it. And the permitting thing also gets in the way of undeniably righteous issues like public transportation, or siting solar farms, or wind, or whatever. I mean, it's the illogic of that from a climate perspective is really frustrating to me. This week, I'm introducing a bill with none other than Kevin McCarthy to save our sequoias. But just real briefly, we hadn't lost the sequoia tree to fire for 750 years until 2017 because the canopy is so high, the fire can't reach it. Fire is actually really healthy for the sequoia, but so much sort of non-natural vegetation has grown up around trees that they're conveying the fire into the canopy. In the last 2 years, we've lost 20%, 19% of all sequoia trees. We're going to lose them all. One obstacle is money. I think Leader McCarthy is going to come through with that. But we've also got to make it go faster. We got to make it go faster. And so we're going to have to talk about ways to make sure that we're focusing environmental review in a way that's really appropriate. And if we're talking about a crisis, permitting is going to be something we have to look at across the board.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Martin Jerušek. I come from the Czech Republic. Currently a Fulbright visiting researcher at George Washington University here. I focus on energy security and geopolitics. So there's obviously a topic I cannot avoid these days, and that is the future of oil and gas consumption in the wake of Russian invasion of Ukraine. So I'll be interested in your take on what's the way forward, because at the same time, we are on a path to curb our emissions, but at the same time, we in Europe would like our allies also in the US to ramp up the production so that we can shake off the dependence on Russian supplies. But I understand that some producers or many producers might be hesitant ramping up their production when the outlook is rather midterm. That the need for U.S. oil and gas will be say in the next 10 years, but then that will progressively die down as the European Union will turn away from hydrocarbons. So I'd be interested in your take on how to strike a balance in Europe wanting more non-Russian gas mainly, and U.S. producers wanting to secure a position on the market, but at the same time, their need to think ahead and more beyond the midterm outlook. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. Europe's in a bind like we are. I mean, you've got dependence on Russian oil, Russian gas. I mean, there's just no way around that, really. Right in the immediate future. I mean, the President of the United States went to Saudi Arabia to ask for more production. I mean, this is the situation we're in. That's not secure. But that's where we are, and I think in the short term, we have to seek those answers. But in the long term, we've got to diversify our inputs. I'm not German, but I don't understand why you'd be shutting down nuclear power plants at this point. It makes no sense to me. But I could say the same thing about there's a plant in California that we're talking about maybe extending the life of. It's about diversity, diversifying those inputs. It's not just oil and gas, but all of the supply chains have been challenged, and there's security interests with respect to chips, with respect to basic pharma. I mean, the pandemic has made us think about security in a number of different industries. Oil and gas always feels put upon because of the because there's people saying that they're going to ban it tomorrow, and somehow Texans believe that's going to happen. But I keep going to them. It's okay. It's not going to happen tomorrow. But yeah. So I think this is one of the challenges we have in terms of economic security, is figuring out all of our supply chains. This is one of them. But right now we're in a tough spot because we're not able to do without Saudi Arabia. We're not able to do without Russia and Venezuela and Iran. We're sending them money. And I'm not sure how that serves our security in the long run.
And yet, it seems to be very hard to have a demand-side conversation in Washington. It just this week, the White House is floating the idea of a gas tax holiday in the face of high oil prices, which is
inflationary.
It's a subsidy for consumption at a time when we should, the economics textbook and practicality tells you we should be doing the opposite.
Right.
Is there a way to break through on the demand side, or do we just need to pursue diversity and energy abundance from all sources, which generally means building a lot more clean stuff now?
I said you need regulation, you need research in new technologies, but you need incentives. Whatever we call the Build Back Better, if it's Build Back Better, I don't know what it is, but it's, it has sort of industry by industry incentives, which are fine, but really carbon pricing is ultimately the smart way to go. I think economists understand that, and that would be the way to incentivize the private sector to make all the right choices, and incentivize every economic actor from the largest corporation to the household. And you could do it in a way that was not just revenue neutral, but perhaps progressive.
Right.
And so I think ultimately that's the answer on demand.
Yeah, the last time there was a big price spike, there were several leading columnists on both sides of the aisle talked about, well, we should establish floors and use the money to then fund infrastructure. Dare we dream that there's an idea for floating around like that for thinking about how to establish carbon pricing and keep some of the price impact, but have it be distributed in a more egalitarian way?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not the academics, it's the politics. There's a really good Climate Leadership Council. Is that they did and they're sort of older non-elected Republicans who came up with the revenue and dividend. I think makes a lot of sense to me. Refund, I would call it refund, not dividend. I mean, those people know what dividends are, but ordinary folks know what refunds are. I would say, you could do that. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, there's a lot of sort of awareness of it in the Senate, interest, but we're just not there yet. But those are ideas that are out there that may take hold at some point.
Interesting. Mr. Peters, I'm very grateful that you joined us here this morning. I want to thank you for your leadership on this issue, and as you try to carve out the compromise solutions and the bipartisan approaches, I hope CSIS can be helpful as we produce research and ideas for you all.
Great. We'd love to have any ideas you have out there that would help us along the way. We're open to them, and we'd like to think we're about solving problems that other people aren't working on. So I don't have an electric car bill. Everyone else has one, but we're trying to work on the areas where maybe they're not getting attention. So if you think we're missing something, we'd love to hear about it.
Thank you kindly for joining us today.
Thank you.
Please thank the representative for me. Exit stage left, and have a great day. I get to stay.
Okay, thank you.
While we do a quick chair change here, I'm really glad to see you all again, and I hope we have a spirited set of discussions today. There's a lot to talk about.
Was that okay?
And I thought it would be good to have Ben come up and talk for a few minutes about what we're going to cover and why. When we originally conceived of this meeting, we weren't thinking about $7 gasoline, but a lot has happened in the meantime. So Ben, maybe you could start us with an overview picture of the topics we want to cover today and how the developments of the last couple of months might influence the discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Joseph, and thanks to everyone for being with us today. It's really nice to see you all. I mean, this is definitely a timely event. We started planning it months ago. There was no way we could have predicted what would happen this week, but the urgency of talking about how to reconcile the short-term need for more energy production, fossil fuel production, with our climate goals is obvious. This is the great challenge. And I think we've seen in recent months that there are a lot of proposals out there. There's a lot of frustration that we're not making progress on climate policy, and we need to do a lot of things simultaneously. So when we designed the event and came up with a structure, these are the kind of guiding principles that we had in mind. And it's obviously a big challenge. I mean, we've seen that the process of passing climate policy has been really difficult, even with a very narrow Democratic majority and a lot of consensus that people want to push forward. I think what we've seen in the last couple of weeks is that we've all observed that high energy prices are leading to a lot of frustration. I mean, I think inflation and high energy costs are probably, the topic du jour for everyone. When you meet with family, when you go out with friends, it's the inevitable topic. And in the energy policy sphere, I've noticed a lot of scapegoating, a lot of finger pointing. And frankly, just kind of an unhealthy state of dialogue about how to fix these problems. And that's understandable. People are frustrated about high energy prices. There's a tendency to kind of revert to your prior positions and double down. But that's not what we need at a time like this. And so there is a need for more consensus and conversation and trying to come together and find real solutions in the way that Representative Peters just talked about. So we put this forum together with that in mind. We've tried to write some papers in recent months and have a lot of conversations to try to find the common ground and push things forward. That's what we hope to do today.
And what do you think is the state of the conversation? Right, it's like very, as you say, it's kind of toxic, like the president and oil CEOs are sort of in like Twitter beefs or rat beef type conversation. The rhetoric seems like a rat beef to me. But when you think about like what are the key things that might actually change in the near term or the medium term, or as Mr. Peters and I were talking about, the long term, are there signposts that folks should look out for today as we're having conversations about shale, ESG, and other topics?
Yeah, I think it is important to start with some basic facts about where we are today. And if you'll allow me, I jotted down a couple observations about the energy world and climate world as it exists today, and we can talk maybe about some guiding questions for the structure of the day. So one observation. The United States is the world's largest oil producer and natural gas producer. But what we've seen in recent weeks is that gasoline prices and diesel prices in this country are inextricably linked to global market conditions. I mean, it should be obvious by now that the United States is a massive producer, but we cannot produce our way to energy independence. We can't drill our way to energy independence. The prices here reflect what's going on in the rest of the world, whether it's Russia, Ukraine, events in the Middle East, or elsewhere. That's a fact. We tend to ignore this inconvenient fact, I think, with a lot of the rhetoric about energy independence. And to me, the question is, how can the United States maximize the value of oil and gas resources, right? And to me, we should be talking not about energy independence, but about energy security. And we should be talking about how to leverage these resources, to be frank. Helping European allies meet their energy security needs, thinking strategically about the impact of US oil and gas exports to the rest of the world, especially if we can reduce emissions. But the importance of having sufficient supplies, I think, has really been underlined in the last couple of weeks. So that's observation number one. Observation number two, I'm not really convinced that this is a supply problem. The EIA, the Energy Information Administration, estimates that we have something like 11.6 million barrels a day of oil production today in the US. You might disagree with those numbers, maybe a little bit up or down. It's a huge number. And the EIA also predicts that by next year, on an annualized basis, we'll be at an all-time high. So yes, we've had a really steep drop in oil production in the United States since 2020. We went through this incredible volatility. Think back to April 2020 when oil prices briefly went negative, right? That infamous moment. There's been an extreme amount of volatility in the last couple of years, but we're still at a really high number. And dry gas production in the United States is somewhere around 96 billion cubic feet per day. It's at an all-time high. So I think sometimes people lose sight of the fact that we are still producing a huge amount, and yet we have all this market volatility and all these issues we have to deal with. So the shale sector in the United States is just not as elastic as it used to be. I mean, we're kind of downscaling to a more sustainable level of production. Investors have made it clear that they're more comfortable with this. The oil and gas industry is generating a lot more profits for them. I think, frankly, it's a healthier, more sustainable level of production. But we're in a different world, right? We're not going to have these wild swings up and down in production that we did in the past for a lot of different reasons, which we can get into. So to me, this illustrates one important point, which is that it's not all about supply. And as you mentioned in the last panel, we have to think about oil demand too. That's kind of the forgotten half of the equation. The takeaway from this moment that we're in shouldn't be just as simple as we need more oil and gas supply. That's not going to cut it. It's important, but it's only half the story. And then observation number three, there really is a very broad middle ground to be captured on energy in the United States. I mean, I'm convinced that if you ask the average American, they'd be in favor of more oil and gas production in the United States, provided that we can do it in a responsible way, provided that we have some action on reducing methane emissions, like Representative Peters just talked about, and that we produce responsibly. At the same time, I do think that the average American believes that we should be competitive in the industries of the future. And that means not just focusing solely on fossil fuels as a response to this, but keeping our eye on the horizon and focusing on those things like wind, solar, battery technology, hydrogen production, green industrial policy. We can't lose sight of these things as we respond to the short-term crisis. So those are my 3 observations to start with.
Great. I am in the privileged position of keeping us on time. So you and I get to exit. For those in the room, we're going to do a quick stage change. Those joining us online, we'll be back in just a minute or two with our first panel of the day on the future of the U.S. shale industry. Thank you all for being here, and look forward to a hearty conversation.
I'm going to give them. Yes? Okay, the thumbs up. I guess I'm getting. Oh, do you have this? Yeah. All right. Well, good morning again. My name is Jane Nakano. I'm a senior fellow with Energy Security and Climate Change Program here at CSIS, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you back to the next session. That panel is called Finding Alignment Between Shale Companies, Investors, and Government. And we are so fortunate to have these 3 excellent experts. They're all very well known and in this industry and in this but not just in the United States, but around the world. And right at the moment, we're looking at this high oil price environment, but then also concerns about energy security ever more dominant on many of our minds. And these are really changing the investment landscape in a very profound manner. But shale companies are still sort of sticking to the capital discipline that's really generating record profits for the industry. So there are many questions that we'd like to unpack today. But some of the bigger sort of questions, some of the guiding questions perhaps are, how are investor expectations and demands sort of evolving with higher prices? But then also, what are the constraints on growth, right? And so this panel with these 3 experts, we're about to sort of really take a closer look at some of these big questions and some of the underlying questions. And then also try to analyze how the better alignment among the companies, investors, and the government could really strengthen energy security. So obviously you all know who these excellent speakers are, but quickly from to my immediate left, Amy Myers-Jaffe. She's the Managing Director of the Climate Policy Lab at Tufts University. And to her left is Artem Abramov, partner and head of Shale Research at Rystad Energy. And to his left, last but not least, is Raoul LeBlanc. He's the Vice President for Energy at S&P Global Commodity Insights. I think some of you do have some slide decks, but how about if we start with Amy? So what we've asked them to do is to share with us some sort of prepared opening thoughts, remarks, and then after that, we'll dive right into the moderated discussions and then followed by questions from the audience. So without further ado, Amy, please.
Very good. So I really appreciate, Jane, the opportunity to be here, Ben, and others. Thank you for the invitation. I really concur with what Ben had to say, and I want to emphasize something before I go into the rest of my remarks. So when I talk to the industry, not in public, because I'm working now more on climate change than my traditional emphasis on oil and gas and geopolitics, people are always telling me about really interesting projects they were doing. So I was just talking to one of the biggest trading houses in the world, and they were telling me about the carbon pipelines and projects that they're building around the United States. And I did a project earlier this year for Gas Technology Institute. They now call themselves GTI Energy because they're focused on the energy transition. And one of the exercises I did for them was to call pretty much all the big players in the midstream in the United States to talk to them about, do they have any plans for hydrogen, or are they seeing sort of asset conversion as a viable pathway in the sort of medium to long term? And I was surprised that not only every company took my call when that was the question, but that every company had something. They'd already thought about it at the board level, at the management level. Many companies have pilots. But when you look at the rhetoric that we hear in Washington, you'd think none of that's going on. And the dialogue that's going back and forth between the administration and the industry is, pretty farcical when you consider what's actually going on. I mean, it's so detached from the reality that we sit in. And so I was telling a friend of mine who's been watching the oil industry as long as I have, that I wanted to dedicate my remarks to Christophe de Margerie. And probably there's not enough people old enough in the room to understand that comment. But he flew to Moscow years ago, got in a little bit of an argument with Vladimir Putin about the strategy for LNG, and then accidentally died in a plane crash because he immediately drove to the airport to try to fly out of Russia, understanding the risk. And this is the world we're facing, and this is the world the oil industry faces. And so when the oil industry stands up and speaks against the President of the United States, instead of helping the President of the United States fashion a good strategy for the current situation with Vladimir Putin and the Russians, I find it a little shocking, because this is an industry that just a couple years ago was able to brag that they had diversified the oil markets to such an extent that it looked like nobody had geopolitical power in the energy world, and we were moving to an open and competitive market through the combination of diversity of oil and gas supply and the advent of new energy and renewable energy strategies. I quote Ira Joseph this morning on Twitter. He mentioned that had Europe not pivoted as much as it has to renewable energy up until now, they'd be in an even worse situation than they're in now, which, you really have to understand that. So I think the point is that when we look at how would the US government and the oil industry collaborate today in a way that would be helpful, we're talking about three things. One is short term. You know, is there something we could do short term? Some of you probably saw my piece in the Washington Post. You know, in Europe, the big trading houses have for many years used this vehicle, so we know what the contracts look like of having a pre-financed oil sale. So, you know, if we really did actually need companies at some point of emergency to move beyond what their shareholders wanted them to do with their own private funds, then we could use public money. We could buy oil back for the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and then if we got to the point when it was being produced, which would, you know, if I talk to people in industry and they're, again, in a private conversation, if there was really an emergency, like immediate, then they really could, in 3 to 6 months, do even more production than they're already at it, right? I mean, there have to be some debottlenecking like we saw before World War II, prioritizing maybe sand or steel or things in certain locations. But, you know, if we were all Americans and we were all focused on the fact that there is a risk that Russia's going to try to cut off the global food supply to gain even more geopolitical leverage, you know, sometime down the road, and we were thinking about how are we going to counter these things that could happen over time, you know, there are things that could be done, but again, not to be critical, but if you start talking about the U.S. government paying for an uncommercial LNG export plant that couldn't be built for 3 to 5 years, and by then we're going to have a totally different problem, hopefully, you know, that makes no sense, right? And so what I see is everybody comes to the table. First, everybody comes to the table with totally unhelpful rhetoric. And then after we get through that unhelpful rhetoric and we're having a behind-the-scenes conversation, if people are asking for something that will not help with the current situation, that's not helpful either, right? So I really do think that this thing that the congressman talked about and Ben and all of us are going to talk about, which is, you know, what are we doing for the next couple of months? And then what is the industry doing, you know, with these new projects? And what would be helpful for those companies that are willing to invest in hydrogen, are investing in you know, carbon sequestration and carbon pipelines in the United States? Because there is actually a lot of activity that just doesn't get talked about.
Great. Thank you so much, Amy. I have a lot of questions sort of follow up, but let me save those. Adam, please.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Jane, and I hope everyone can see me now. Yeah, so I actually wanted to spend a couple of minutes showing you some of the challenges, basically showing you some slides, some of the challenges which the industry is trying to address right now in short term. And many of these bottlenecks and challenges, they really fall under the area where somewhat more cooperative discussion between government, investors, and also general public could actually help to accelerate the response from the industry. And it is true, first of all, it would be fair to say that the business model of oil and gas industry has changed quite dramatically since 2017, 2018, and essentially the industry shifted towards more sustainable, also more profitable operational model. And this came on the back of the demand coming from the investor community, coming also from the general public, media, so many people basically contributed to this transformation of the industry. And now we are in the situation when we have to address global energy crisis, and the US is still viewed as one potential source of supply, which is relatively elastic and can increase output within relatively short time frame. What we are seeing in reality, if you look at this chart, this is essentially the development of total US oil production historically. We have seen gradual recovery since late 2020, but we're still quite far from the output level which we saw before COVID in late 2019, early 2020. And if you look at different projections, most people agree that the recovery will continue in the next 2-3 years. There is pretty wide range of estimates today. People are basically bringing different arguments on why some more aggressive supply projections can be challenged, but there is pretty strong consensus that we'll get to pre-COVID peak production record sooner or later. So who are the companies behind this growth? Because it is very important to understand that the structure of the industry today is very different compared to how it looked like in 2017, 2018. Because in general, we talk a lot about companies of ExxonMobil scale, EOG Resources, Pioneer Natural Resources, all the largest producers. But the most significant recovery in the last 2 years was actually came from all smaller privately owned producers. Rig count is generally viewed as a very common oil field activity metric. And to a large extent, it is true that you need to drill new wells before you complete them and put on production. And all private operators today combined, they're already running 350 rigs which drill horizontal most productive wells in the country. So this is, as a peer group, they are already at the activity level which is actually higher than the activity level they had in the previous upcycle in 2018. Whereas all large public producers, they maintain very disciplined budgets, and it's a very significant strategic shift which you basically saw for these companies. So these private companies, sometimes people think that they're less efficient, they have less productive wells, so probably this doesn't matter from a macro picture. And some of these arguments, they basically have certain foundation, but still the magnitude of the recovery which we got is already big enough. And the production for private operators started responding to this increase in activity as early as 2021. They are actually growing at the pace of 60,000 barrels per day per month as a peer group. Essentially, they drive all 80 to 90% of nationwide growth in the supply as of today. And they're actually continuing to deliver on this growth trajectory. It's the same for oil as it is for gas. Nearly all gas production growth in the country today comes from 2 regions, Haynesville in East Texas and Louisiana, and Permian, and much of that growth is driven by privately owned producers. And the reason why I'm talking so much about these private companies, because whatever policy we consider for the energy industry in long term, it is always important to keep in mind that these private operators, they tend to react very quickly to any kind of shifts in the, let's say, governmental thinking about future policy. In early 2021, we had significant regulatory uncertainty around future of oil and gas in the country, and we didn't see this big recovery starting as early as last winter, just because many private companies, they were actually quite concerned about bad timing of accelerated supply or accelerated activity. Now they're coming back because many of them actually believe that at least in the next 2-3 years, the government will be quite supportive towards oil and gas industry in the country. And then there are quite many challenges on the infrastructure side. This is just an example for the Permian Basin. Natural gas takeaway capacity is becoming a big issue. As early as next summer, we might hit the wall. We won't have enough takeaway in the basin, and the supply will just keep growing gradually. We're getting a couple of small projects, small expansion projects, but it's simply not enough. So we just need to be prepared for the situation when we will have to go through another period of elevated natural gas flaring in West Texas and New Mexico. And the attitude of investors and investor community towards short degradation in environmental performance will have to change if we want the industry to actually bring new oil and ultimately new gas to the market later in 2024. And finally, I think there is some misconception. We have very high oil prices, we have very high gas prices. It doesn't always mean that the whole industry is realizing extremely high profits, even though it's true, but they also have to address a lot of challenges on the cost side. In nearly all supply chain segments today, there is one bottleneck which is really common. It's labor shortage. So we don't have enough people, we don't have enough truck drivers, we don't have enough experienced personnel, oil field personnel. It is the same situation in the among fracs and suppliers, pressure pumpers, drilling contractors, and the labor cost inflation has been quite extreme since mid-2021. Naturally, it finds a reflection in all service prices, which the E&P operators have to basically deal with. Rig rates, they increased by 80% in 2022 year to date. Steel prices, certain grades increased by 200% in the last 18 months. Even pressure pumping segment, which has been oversupplied since 2018, is now seeing the price levels which are quite comparable to where we were in 2018. The same is true for sand prices. And many of these things, they haven't been reflected in the actual D&C costs yet, because a lot of large public producers, they locked in relatively cheap rates in the beginning of the year, and they continue with these prices. But in 2023, next year, when budgets reset, all this inflation will become visible in our E&P cost structure. And I think this will be a major theme already now in upcoming Q2 earnings season. Some operators actually started preparing the ground for that already 3 months ago. Yes, so I think this is kind of a short intro from my side.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Last but not least, Raul, please.
All right, good. Thank you. That's good stuff. We'll talk about a bunch of those. Artur makes some great points. I want to spend just a second talking a little bit about energy security and the framework in which we think about it, because in a lot of ways I think it's a difficult subject. We talk about, oh, energy security this, I study this. So if I can go on my slides, I'm going to make a couple of points about the framework of how we think about energy security, right? So try to dissect that I don't know which way to point this. Go to the next slide, if you would. Thank you. I'm going to make a couple points. There we go. So just to make a couple of points, right? One is maintain perspective. Don't think of this as the 70s. There's a lot of parallels to the 70s. We need to understand that, but we're in a different situation now. Second is between availability and affordability. I'll talk about that in a second. And next one is bring nuance to the issue, okay? It's not all the same. Fourth, I want to keep this in the context. Don't take energy security to the extreme, and then think about the trade-offs. These are important things. So just to be clear, crisis, well, geez, we were spending 6% of personal disposable income, right, back in the 70s during the real crisis. And you'll notice really it's come down. You can see the 2013, 2014 price spikes in 2008. We were just below 4%. We still haven't hit that, okay? So we actually spend less of our disposable income now. And a couple of things, this is really important. I spent about 20 years trying to teach my family the one bucket theory, which is we focus on energy security, and in the 70s that was a good deal because you had these channelized flows, right? A Shell oil field in Iran went to a Shell ship, went to a Shell refinery, and a Shell pipeline, and a Shell gas station into your car. That is not the way it works now. You have a vast global system of people who are moving stuff around. It's very flexible. What that means is that trade flows are not important for the most part. I'm exaggerating the case, but trade flows are not important. Who we actually import from is not really important, okay? It's one bucket every day. All the global oil from the world goes into one bucket, and all the buyers put it in there, and all the sellers take it out of there. In terms of this, one thing I want to say is because we have this vast flexible system that will put oil here and put oil there, what it generally means is that when you think of energy security, do not think of an availability crisis. Okay, the chances that you will not physically be able to get this are very small, particularly in this country. Okay, so you see this, you look at the graph on the right, it's the population of the world on a percentage basis, and you see the green line up top. That's at 4% of GDP, that's how much money they spend if oil's $60 a barrel, okay? And you can see basically only a few countries off to the right need to spend more than that and therefore kind of have trouble affording it, okay? So it's a smaller group of people. Often we don't think about it, but really the market does ration that. If you go to $120, you get to the red line, which means that from moving from $60 to $120, we put 60% of the world's population in the place where it is actually having some difficulty or starting to have some difficulty. Now, you really get distributions within those. The point is, the global system of trade and moving things around transforms an availability crisis into an affordability crisis. So price, price, price. That's the deal. Energy security, bring some nuance. There are three things that control energy security. You really have to think about gas, natural gas, very differently than you think about oil and the associated products, okay? It's controlled by density, right? You want to move an oil a barrel around the world, it costs about maybe $3, okay? It's 3% of the price. If you want to move natural gas around the world, it's not a dense fuel. That's a big problem for gas is it's a gas. Remember that. So if you want to do that, it takes more than double its total cost in the US, right? So think about density and location. Where are you? And are you close to markets? And then think about convertibility, right? Gas, coal, renewable power, they're all convertible for electricity. So if there are no options to something like jet fuel, it's a problem, okay? And then just some realities to keep in mind. If you don't remember anything, probably remember these. Pipelines means politics. You cannot avoid it. A pipe goes from one place to another. It's not movable, okay? And that applies to wires, too, as we start to get in renewables. Resource deposits, once they're up and running, they're totally immovable, and the person who owns that land has the advantage, all right? And then I'll skip the last one. Energy systems are giant assets. So don't think about simplistic solutions like, oh, we're just going to do public transport. No, the US has invested tens of trillions of dollars in a spatial pattern, okay, which relies on the automobile, okay? You can go out from here, you buy a house here versus a house 30 miles out of here, and you will save hundreds of thousands of dollars, okay? You will never, ever spend that much money on gasoline that you will overcome that. So we have done that, and that has gone on for 100 years, okay? We're not going to change that overnight, all right? And lastly, we're going to talk about energy. It impacts everything. We talk about why energy policy is hard to have. It's hard to have because it impacts everything, okay? And therefore, it gets into a lot of fights. And the other problem is everybody's got their different hierarchy, right? So everybody thinks the perfect energy system looks like this. But I think differently than you think, from they think, okay, from some other person thinks. And that's why it's so difficult for us to have a competent energy policy and cohesive energy system, which has been the goal since I've been in this business. Lastly, I want to point out the efficient frontier. We live in a world of trade-offs. Get used to it, right? If you think about energy security and the cost of energy security, the other major point is everybody wants optionality. Everybody wants a backup plan, diversification. It costs money to have optionality. Creating options costs a lot of money in some cases or little money in other cases. I do not have a meteor shield on my house, okay? If a meteor strikes my house, I will be sorry, okay? But it's not worth the insurance. In other words, total security is not worth the cost. That's the way we all live. It's the way we all think, okay? In this case, how much is energy security actually worth? Okay? How much is it worth for us to diversify so we have options when somebody invades a country that's key to the system? All right? And so the point is, trade-offs are inevitable. Over time, this is very different, you move that curve out. Okay? I don't have to be along the curve. Okay? Technology moves the curve outward. I can actually do more and not have to trade off anything. But in the short term, we're stuck on the curve. Okay? A trade-off is a trade-off. And those are facts we need to face. Okay.
Great, fantastic. Thank you so much, Raul. So let me turn to you, Amy, first. As you said, you've written the post, and then also you've spoken at several places about how more that the government could be doing, or some, the more, further engagement, I suppose, in what's happening in the market. And one was, as you mentioned, sort of a stockpile of refined products like gasoline, diesel. The other one was also, I think, price guarantee for upstream producers. Maybe was
that was me.
Probably
yeah.
Okay, words in your mouth. Sorry, but and you kind of talked about it a little bit in where how perhaps that's been considered done in Europe. Like, are there additional details that you could share with us, like how you see that happening or implemented in the United States, like the refined products in different regions?
So I think that we have to decide, which problem are we trying to address, right? So are we trying to address, supply in the global market? We want to have more supply in the global market. That's, problem number one. That's a different solution than trying to address affordability of retail fuel in the United States. It's just, they're tied together tangentially because the price of crude oil is a big input into the price of gasoline. But as we all see, sometimes the price of crude oil comes down and the price of gasoline doesn't come down, right? So a couple of different points. I know we're going to eliminate the gasoline tax. But if you think about it, we're trying to help people who are having really trouble paying for their fuel costs. We're not trying to help people who are well-to-do and have chose to have a very large car continue to do that, right? So you have to think about, what are the solutions? And because we live in a more digital electronic world, we have options that we didn't used to have. So we don't have to go to odd and even license plates. We have electronic mechanisms. We gave everybody who needed it a home testing kit so they didn't have to buy a home testing kit. It's not clear to me that we couldn't do something where there'd be fuel assistance for road fuel based on your job and the burden it has on you, and we could implement that with with an electronic card or something. So that could be done, and that would be more targeted to what the actual problem is. Second thing is, from my experience in California, is when we have very high exports. So we're actually producing much more. There's been a lot of focus about refining capacity. But actually, we're manufacturing more gasoline, maybe between 1 million and 2 million barrels a day, more gasoline than we actually consume in the United States. And that's not including biofuels, which is also 10% of the stream. And I'm not even counting biodiesel, right, which is another thing that California incents through its cap and trade. So we're not actually having a shortage of fuel in the United States, but as Ben properly pointed out, we're connected to the global market, and so if there's an opportunity to make money to export gasoline, people do it. Now, what I would tell you is what we saw in the state of California is, because that was an isolated market, is there were some players that exported gasoline from California to hold the price up in California. And so, what's the fix for that? If you were to determine, I'm not saying that's what's happening now, but if one investigated it and one decided that exports were too high, banning crude oil exports doesn't solve that problem at all, right? Because we don't have a shortage of crude oil in this country. So what would make a difference, which I kind of mentioned, is if you wanted to export gasoline, then you should be able to show that you're carrying some minimum operating gasoline inventories, so we don't have outages like we had diesel outages, earlier this summer. So that's something that they have in other countries, in other OECD countries. They require refiners to hold a minimum amount of inventory to make sure that we don't get into these sort of scary situations like we had with Colonial cyber attack. It would be a one-time not helpful because maybe there'd be some companies whose inventories are too low, but ultimately looking at the long term, like not over a couple of weeks, but over the long term, having a minimum standard for how much product you have to hold in your operational inventory if you want to be an exporter, would be another way to kind of address the same kind of issue. But again, you have to know what issue you're addressing. One of the things that drives me crazy is it's very easy as a politician to stand up and say, oh, well, we're exporting crude oil more than we have in the past, so let's just put the ban back on. But those people never address the fact that we're exporting millions of barrels a day. Actually, total product exports are something like 8 million barrels a day, right? So, that's a pretty high number. And no one's talking about saying we can't export the 8 million barrels a day of refined products. So when we talk about bans, we're talking about our refiners getting the money or our crude oil producers getting the money. We're not talking about anybody who's buying at retail getting the money. And so that's the thing that irritates me about that part of the debate.
Yeah, no, I hear you loud and clear. And let me stick with sort of this theme or sub-theme of like government policy, if you will. Do you think, actually it's all to three of you, but do you think there's too much emphasis or to some extent like pressure on the government to do something? Because after all, it's the company making investment decisions, right? But I think maybe because I live in DC, but there's so much, and you've kind of already covered that. Maybe Raul, do you want to go? Or Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, maybe in that reverse order then. Yep.
Sure. I love DC. I lived in DC for many years. I went to school down the street. But This is very much a policy town, okay? I'm from Houston, okay? I live in Calgary now. These are where the money and the markets and the companies are. And I'll just say that, yeah, first of all, my opinion is that we're coming at 3 time frames, which I find interesting. You have 30 years of the whole system of all systems, economic systems, becoming more efficient and therefore more fragile, okay? But super lean, okay? The second thing is I have the business model that Artem mentioned where you're getting toward profitability. That's been around for 4 or 5 years. I have the energy transition, which has really been kicking into gear in the last 4 or 5 years. And then I've got, in the medium term, I've got the rise from the pandemic, okay? Which translates into demand, demand, demand. Okay, and that's you and everybody like us who's going on vacation or going to visit grandma, okay, getting on a plane and doing these things. That is coming up, and then I had the war, okay, which is coming together. All these things are coming together, and my general point is I personally do not feel that the government has policy options that are going to do anything in the short term, except maybe lower the price for the consumer by taking away a tax. That's it. You're stuck. It's like saying the pandemic, don't worry, we're going to have people apply for med school real soon, right? It's like, no, it's not going to solve your problem. Are there things you can do in the medium term? Absolutely. I'm sure there's things you can do. But there's no free lunch, and you are where you are, okay? And we are where we are because it's difficult to change things. This is a sector, of course, as everybody knows, which takes many, many years of investment. These things do not happen quickly. And to Artem's point, the number one dominating factor in price setting for the last 6 years has been the US and the amazing growth at seemingly any price, okay? And the notion that, in essence, all of us in this room and all of us in this whole country and the world have had a price that has been subsidized by equity shareholders in the US independents, okay, who allowed them or encouraged them to grow, and not make any money, okay? That's gone away, so the marginal barrel has gone away. The government can't really do much about that.
Actually, let me quickly, earlier you did also mention a little bit about efficiency, and I thought you were actually going to start talking about maybe some of the demand side measures. And I mean, for example, if we look at what the European leaders are talking about, they're starting to look at the potential innovation, and then I think the couple governments, like for example Japan, they're starting to look into how to then have consumers or households start conserving energy. Like as maybe if you want to add like just 1 minute to that point, or and then if if anyone else has also the demand side things that we really should be thinking, or we might want the White House to be talking more about.
Yeah, so maybe I can just comment on these, because I was actually about to say that any kind of climate policies, they should have long-term focus, and they should be focused on the demand side of the equation, because and this is also largely maybe the message which the industry is trying to communicate. Last year we saw just such unprecedented regulatory uncertainty because the new government kind of came in with a lot of new proposals, was suggesting to repeal quite many oil and gas tax incentives, to increase, federal income tax. There was a lot of confusion around methane fee bill directed to oil and gas industry, especially how it was aligned with existing EPA rules. So all this uncertainty, and then of course there was infrastructure, some pipeline cancellations. So this created significant regulatory uncertainty. And what the industry really needs is to actually avoid this regulatory uncertainty so they can operate based on the standard economic rationale while still delivering on their own climate goals, which actually come in from the investor community, because the whole discussion around ESG targets and performance, it didn't come essentially on the back of governmental proposals. Investor community became very ESG or environmental centric as early as 2017, 2018, and the industry changed quite naturally. Even if we look today at, let's say, typical compensation structure of senior management teams among oil and gas operators, there is almost nothing about production growth. It just doesn't drive their compensation anymore. But there is a pretty high weight put on various sustainability metrics, environmental performance, etc. So when it comes to the policy, I think we should just look at some major consumption segments in the US, and road fuel, gasoline basically, is obviously the biggest part. And it is important, if you want to achieve kind of some climate goals in long term, it is important to stimulate natural displacement of gasoline consumption in the transportation sector. And that's what many European countries were trying to do in the last 5-10 years. Some of them were more successful, but not every country could be classified as a success story. But any kind of displacement of combustion, ICE basically vehicles in light-duty vehicle segment requires quite significant governmental penetration. It is a lot about grid infrastructure, charging stations, investments, incentives, for the consumers. And as of today, EV sales in the US, they're picking up, but they could have picked up much faster if we actually had a little bit, stronger incentive policy coming from the government.
So let me elaborate on that for a minute. First of all, the industry says they want regulatory certainty, but then of course they fight against all the regulations that would actually work, like a carbon price. The automobile industry wanted regulatory certainty, and they sued California, but in the end they have it now because they're about to get it in the EU, and they have it in California. So the one thing that the oil industry, I think, didn't really grasp is that car manufacturers have this depreciation thing. They should understand equipment. So the car industry it takes them about 10 years to pay off the retooling and the platform changes, and that's why you get model years. And the model years don't change every year. Maybe someday with 3D printing that'll change. So they basically look at changing their platforms and their manufacturing tooling every 10 years. So when you put in a ban on gasoline vehicles in 2040 or 2035, what you're really telling a car company is in the next 3 years, you need to switch over to EVs in your tooling because we're going to make you. And they have regulatory certainty, and you're starting to see that reflected in the models of cars that are coming out on the road. Now, I happen to fly here today from Boston, and Darren Woods of ExxonMobil was on TV saying he's not worried about electric cars at all. And, he maybe needs to sit around with more of the car companies to get a sense of what cars are coming out. He's got a little bit of a headwind for him. He's got a tailwind for himself because of the supply chain problems in the automobile industry. But I can tell you, I found an electric car. I bought an electric car, partly because I had a family member who needed a car, and we had to do a car shuffle. And I have a charging station that's 2 minutes away from the farm I get my groceries from every week. I only have to charge the car once a week, and it lasts me for the whole week. I mean, if I was driving here to Washington, I guess I'd have to plan out my station use, right? But when I was charging the other day, there was a person who'd made a multi-state trip who had topped up in one state $5 worth of electricity and then made it all the way home. I mean, it's just not as hard as it was years ago. And I think you're going to see, even here in the United States, some momentum. And we're not using the tools that we have. So we all know how much traffic there is when you try to drive in and out of Washington at rush hour. Same thing in every city in the United States, same thing in Europe. We know how to fix that. We know how to fix that with telecommuting. We know how to fix that with changing, the time you have to be in the office. I mean, don't telecommute, but don't come in at 8, right? We know how to change that with truck deliveries, because every single trucking company, e-commerce company in the world now uses an algorithm to deliver the package digitally by computer. The drivers don't make any decisions about where to drive. It's all pre-predicted. Right? So if you want to change congestion, literally what the Biden administration should be doing is bringing in all the e-commerce companies, FedEx and UPS, and talk to them about the algorithm and how to stagger out when trucks are on the road. But no one's willing, you know, I don't remember who mentioned this, though. Raul, you know, well, we're all talking like the 1970s. We got to fly to Saudi Arabia. We got to make a deal with Iran. We've got to, you know, we got to, you know, release the SPR, though I agreed with that. But my point is, we have other tools. And we're not even thinking about how we would use digital. You know, has anybody ever mentioned digital? People don't even know what I mean when I say digital, though I wrote a book about it. Like, you know, we have all these AI and algorithms and things we can use to reduce the use of fuel. If people are having trouble with the price of fuel, I mean, we have all these algorithms. You just pick up your phone, and we could just give the coupons to people driving Uber to move people around, and they get the coupon for the discount to their gasoline use, and then they're assigned as a special driver to move people around more efficiently, right? So there are all these things that we're not doing, that private industry is also not doing, even though the price of fuel is so high.
Yeah. Oh, Raul, yeah. Do you want to
Yeah, just on efficiency, you know, it's difficult because efficiency will happen, okay, due to high prices. We all know that, right? And high price because it's a signal for consumers to demand less of it. But of course, for energy, it all runs on the existing equipment, the existing machines, okay? And so you can have turnover. Eventually, electric cars are going to be, we'll all have electric cars because they make more sense and they're in the end cheaper and better, right? But it's going to be a long time to get there. And so the notion that efficiency will kick in right away is difficult. The other thing you get is there's a potential for Jevons paradox, some of you may know, which is as the cost of something becomes massively cheaper, we use massively more of it. I mean, massive, right? We keep lights on for entire cities overnight, okay, right? Why? It's because light is so cheap, all right? So, and the third thing is, you got to deal with the fact of what real, actual people choose to do. And one thing we saw, for example, just two quick examples, is back in 2013 to 14 when oil prices were really high, it was all sedan. And I'd tell you, the month that prices collapsed, SUV sales just started rocketing up, okay? It's the way people go. The other one is hybrid cars, right? I don't know how many have hybrid cars. I usually ask at an audience, okay? Let's ask. Who has a hybrid car or an electric car? Okay. This audience, I will say, is in the top 10% of global incomes, okay? 2 people have electric cars, okay? 3 with Amy. So, but the point I'll make is that, particularly on hybrids, there's absolutely no reason that all of us should not be having hybrid cars. We're wasting energy when we brake, okay? It recaptures that, use it. It just makes sense. But you know what happened to hybrid cars along the way? Is all the hybrid potential gains in fuel efficiency, all of them, like 100%, is what our automotive team tells us, went into bigger cars, okay? I can either get better fuel efficiency or more power, and consumers choose more power, okay? So just don't forget that efficiency, actually, unless it's carried out by the market, has a difficult time because it gets in the way of people's choices. Rightly or wrongly, they're like, I want the right to own the worst guzzling car on the planet, okay? So I think that unless you get a carbon price, which I personally believe we should have, it's going to be difficult to change efficiency. Efficiency has a long positive history of happening all over all the time, okay? As long as you don't try to compromise anybody. Technology gains allow you to get off that curve and make you
I just want to tell one story to like make the, because infrastructure is very hard to turn over, but I want to tell one story from California that should be a warning to the oil industry, okay? I won't mention the company. Company in California operates the sort of Henry Hub of California. It's called Aliso Canyon. They don't maintain it properly. It's a horrible accident. People who live near the facility coming on TV every day, months and months, crying. I'm sick, I can't go home. They had to put everybody in multiple towns in a hotel, right? And then they start lobbying Sacramento to get special dispensation to put the unsafe facility back on before it's proven to be safe because, you know, we don't want to have an electricity crisis in California and prices are going to go up, blah, blah, blah. And First Solar and Tesla and a few other of the big players, SunPower, go to Sacramento and they say, don't listen to those guys. We can put in solar and battery storage in Southern California in a matter of weeks if you just give us a tiny subsidy. You know, we can put in this stuff and you won't have to turn this gas facility back on, and there'll be plenty of electricity. And Jerry Brown went for it. And those companies, in a matter of weeks, maybe it was like 2 months, put in 104 megawatts of solar panel farms with battery storage. And you've never heard of it because it worked. And they didn't have to bring the natural gas facility back on until eventually it was completely fixed. And now, because they saw they could do that, California is now, increasingly ambitious about where it can go to get natural gas, squeeze natural gas out of the state. So it happened quickly. Today, if Germany, you have the supply chain problem of batteries, but Tesla and these companies, they can put in a solar farm with batteries in a location in 2 weeks. Literally, 2 weeks. So an LNG receiving terminal, or not a floating one, but putting in a permanent terminal, 3 to 5 years, right? Battery storage and solar, 3 weeks. And eventually, I know because I have a whole group of people from Africa visiting at Tufts, so I have to go home before we finish today. People in countries in Africa and other places are starting to realize that those systems actually can work and that they can be supplemented by existing infrastructure, and there's a way to get the benefit of that, and that maybe that is a better resilient strategy than waiting for someone to build a pipeline to them that hasn't come for 30 years and still might not come. And we don't recognize these differences in technology. I was on a panel with someone a week or two ago, and they were talking about, the need for offshore drilling. And I, asked this question, how long do those projects take today, which is, somewhere in the 5-year to 7-year time frame. And I asked how long it took similar companies, because a lot of the oil companies now also do offshore wind, and they said that offshore wind takes between 3 to 5 years. So again, I'm sitting in Europe, and I could do offshore wind. It's going to take me 3-4 years, but doing a new completion offshore for oil and gas is going to take even longer. So I think that the time scale thing has changed, and the way we talk about it hasn't changed.
Yep, a lot of, no, that was great. Let me actually move on to talk a little more about the dynamics between the companies and the investors. And then, as important as I guess the government policy is, there's quite a bit. I think they're all the three, the two of the three important stakeholders here. I wanted to get your thoughts on what what more could be done, and the context. There's obviously more need for supply. the need for more supply, but then also in this higher price environment, right? So can companies be making? Can companies be growing, but then also making more returns? We're looking at the $120 oil price. So I wanted to get us going a little bit more on the sort of companies and investor dynamics. So why aren't we seeing more, output? And then, you want to go first?
Yeah, I can probably start. It is true that the returns today, they're some of the best returns the companies maybe have seen in many years, even with the cost inflation, which I mentioned in the beginning of this session. But what we are generally hearing from oil and gas producers today is that on one hand, some investors, they became a little bit more open towards looser capital budgets and maybe some growth in the next 12, 24 months. But for every such investor, you still have two others who remain very conservative and would like the industry to stay committed to this new business model, maintenance of the production, and gradual improvements in various profitability metrics. So the investor community in general, there is a broad energy transition agenda. There is a very popular opinion that what we're seeing now is a short-term problem, but 5, 7, maybe 10 years down the road, global oil consumption would probably peak close to the levels where we are today. And if that's the case, if you believe in this type of scenario, then probably no one should increase production from the levels where they are today. So that it's quite common opinion in investor community, and there is still quite some pressure, which essentially prevents any kind of shifts in strategic thinking of oil and gas companies themselves. Having said that, it's important to actually mention that a lot of large institutional investors, they came back, they returned actually to the shale sector very strongly in the beginning of this year, but to a large extent, this is a reflection of global recession fears, because during the recession period, mining industry is always viewed, as a safe investment opportunity. So it is not the change in the way how they perceive, oil and gas business model.
That's really interesting, because I wanted to also ask, this is now the best performing, sector in the SP, 500, and then so, was curious as to how much of this is sort of, there's this greater, much better industry compared to the last decade, but then I guess you're saying that some of these are getting the signals from the larger economic trends, if you will, the inflation. Raul, do you want to jump in, please?
Yeah, in addition, just building on what Artem artfully said, the industry was the worst performer in the last decade, okay? The worst, absolutely. If you said, well, I want to lose the most money possible, you would have put your money in this, okay? And so part of this is, and by the way, the other thing I'll point out before I get going is they are growing, right? This year we have them growing somewhere between 800 and 1 million barrels, 800,000 and 1 million barrels a day. It's about 6 or 7%. Okay, that's the same amount they grew in 2019. Okay, so it's not as if they're not growing. As Arden pointed out, rightfully so, a lot of that's coming from private companies. Private companies are chasing the price. Okay, like the public companies used to. The public companies at this price a couple of years ago, they would have gone crazy. They set the world record, by the way. Anybody wants to know? Cocktail party conversation. The United States of America set the world record of all time for the highest growth of any country in any year in 2018, okay? So the system just exploded, okay, at about 2 million barrels a day. We're already growing 1-ish, okay, right now. But it is true that at this price, you would have expected them to just go crazy, okay? And there are a couple of reasons that they're not. Number one is also, as pointed out earlier, inflationary environment is there, okay? And I've companies say, why would I want to ramp up in an inflationary environment, okay? And get an extra 10% cost on my entire, capital, my CapEx program. It's like literally gonna go nowhere, okay? Secondly, it's hard to get people. Physically, it's difficult. Everybody moved away from the oil patch in 2020. They live in Montana and Idaho and whatever, okay? And they're not coming back unless you bribe them pretty hard, okay? Which is where we are now. So anyway, I would just say the really important thing that I only realized earlier this year when I was at CERAWeek, though, is this. The energy transition narrative has really taken hold, right, among investors and the public in general. And what that means is that the long-term value is gone. Whenever you do an asset valuation, you try to determine what's the worth of the company. What typically you do is you have a cash flow for the next 5-7 years, and then you say, and after that, they're going to get this much per year, and I'm going to multiply that by 7 or 10 and add that to the value. It's called terminal value. There is no terminal value. Companies are not getting credit right now in the market today for anything beyond about year 8 or 9, okay? So the long-term future is not there. What does that mean? It has a really important implication. What it means is that you, as an executive, if you want people to hold your stock, you have to pay them a massive dividend right now, because you have to buy the company back from them within the next 7 years. So you got to pay this enormous dividend. So all the money and the incremental money that's coming in, executives are saying, bam, I don't have a terminal value. The only way to get my stock up is to pay that dividend out and give it back to shareholders. They don't want me to invest it in the long term. They don't believe in the long term, and it's not my place, since they own the company, to do that.
So let me just make a slight correction. I studied this issue in 2007, 2008, when the price of oil was $147. And Exxon was spending 56% of its capital on buying back its own stock, which then turned the stock into a loser for a decade. because of course their production went down, their assets went down, right? So the idea that today there's some company executives out there that have some other reason why they're buying back their own stocks, other than the fact that they make money that way. I mean, Unical bought back so much of its own stock and put so much money inside itself and made all these bad investments, specifically so that some other company would take them over and they'd all get their golden parachutes, right? We have these disconnects today, and back a decade ago or 2 decades ago, in how executives get compensated. And having been an advisor when I was a professor at University of California, long story, they sent me for 3 years to work with the pension fund there. And everybody's getting the same compensation. You know, Harold Hamm didn't lose money in 2020. He didn't have to file for bankruptcy. You know, he had the same amount of money. The people who own the companies have the money. The people in private equity who put their money in, they get the money. I'll tell you who loses their money. Pensioners lose their money, right? It's the pensioners who lose their money, because that's who these people are investing on behalf. So when a company doesn't run its management correctly, when it makes bad investments, when the price of oil is $120 and they don't hedge and then lock in that money and then put their drilling rigs to work because they could make $120 a barrel, you know, with a 12-month curve, right? That's on them. If you're telling me I'm in the industry and I've got billions of dollars of capital and I see that the world is moving to some other kind of energy form, are you just saying I'm a company of 150,000 engineers and I'm unable to find another business in my space that emphasizes engineering and logistics to invest that capital in? Like, that's a management failure. To say that the only thing I can do with that capital is give it back to people. I mean, then get a better steward of the capital, right? So if I'm a pension fund and I want to gain money because Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, I can have a hedge fund manage that money for me and move me in and out of commodities for the next 12 months. I'll make a lot more money than if I own one of these stocks, right? So it's just an excuse for bad management, in my opinion. And I'm not saying every company. You know, you're going to hear from other companies today, and there are other companies out there that have good strategies and have forward strategies and are deploying capital, you know, to make the most of short cycle assets and to, you know, invest in future kind of infrastructure. Shale just announced they're going to try, you know, look at what's happened in Texas in electricity. They're going to try to build a business, a prosumer business, where they help, you know, homeowners and big electricity users sell back to the grid when it's advantageous, right? So, you know, people are out there doing interesting things, but I find a lot of these storylines that the companies say, I agree that that's what they're telling you. I just don't find them very convincing.
Rel, do you want to?
Yeah, I guess I disagree with a lot of that. It's very difficult. This is the number one question we get now. What do I do with the money? Yeah, because they also don't want to put, you know, assets in, put money in investments at the top of the cycle. Okay, they're. Why would I want to drill now when drilling costs are higher? Why would I want to buy a couple of months ago? Why would I want to buy?
What's the margin? So what's your cost? Your costs aren't $120 a barrel. When was the last time they had the opportunity to make $50 a barrel or $70 a barrel, $80 a barrel? You know what I mean? I mean, it's a ridiculous statement. The margin is so huge, right? It's like the same thing with the methane leakage problem. You know, in Colorado, by law, you have to capture your methane, right? And no one went bankrupt. No one lost money, right? We all know what the technologies are. Now you have these satellite companies that'll come in and tell you pinpoint where your leak is, so you don't even have to send drones over your whole system. You can just go to where the satellites tell you it is and turn a knob. I'm exaggerating, but you can fix it, right? So, but there are companies who just won't do it, and then they lobby against the rule. They say, well, it will cost us too much. I mean, what are you talking about? A nickel? 25 cents? I mean, we're not talking it's going to cost you hundreds of dollars per barrel. I mean, it's going to cost you cents, right? So that really, I mean, takeaway pipeline's a different thing. That's a harder challenge because you have to actually build a pipeline. But, you know, some of these things that people say, I mean, it's just not accurate.
Yeah, maybe just to comment on this as well, because just if we consider an example, you know, if we take large producer like Pioneer Natural Resources in the Permian, and it is true that, you know, they've seen probably record high netbacks in the modern history, so it is like, you know, $55 to $65 per BOE. That's what they're getting today. And then the question is, even if they want to put all this cash they're getting today back into the fields in the form of capex, they will know for sure that they will be accepting much higher basically service rates for rigs, for, you know, frac spreads, etc. And then next year they know that they don't have actually midstream capacity in the basin to transport incremental associated gas anywhere to the Gulf Coast. So they know that they will actually have to flare this gas. It will result in increased flaring intensity, and nothing will change kind of on the infrastructure side until later in 2024. So essentially, and in addition to that, they are also actually, we shouldn't forget about hedging losses, which will be actually at record high for the industry this year. So the industry is not seeing, once you take into account hedging loss, a lot of these producers, they are not seeing kind of final netbacks at the level which we're discussing. So it also delays some of the recovery. But the general kind of oil and gas system today, in my view, it's much more integrated and connected. So in order to get a significant producer to increase their growth targets, you need to have clear visibility on upcoming infrastructure, takeaway pipeline, and in turn, you actually need new LNG capacity, which this pipeline will serve. And LNG capacity will actually have a pretty big gap in the next few years. There is nothing big which is coming online until 2025, so we don't need more gas.
But here we get to the point, okay? We're all having this discussion about what do the companies need from the government. So if we know that takeaway capacity is going to be an issue, right, then having the federal government assist with the permitting for that takeaway capacity makes sense. Now, obviously, you can't add an LNG exporting terminal, but the price of natural gas in the United States, again, is unbelievably high, and that's burdening the economy.
Well, it's only a third of what it is in Europe.
Yeah, I'm not saying that somebody shouldn't use their private money to build the LNG terminal, but my point to you is if the thing that's causing me not to drill is just the need for one takeaway pipeline in 2024 or 2023, like that's what they should be talking about in the White House if we actually need the crude oil, right?
And I think that's what the Appalachian producers, actually that's kind of their number one thing, because Appalachia is the lowest cost gas. Well, associated gas is free, so it's fine, it's lower cost. But in terms of drilling for gas, Appalachia is the number one area. And unfortunately, it's been driving U.S. gas prices and keeping them low for a long time, but it's pretty much possible.
But that's a different problem because in Texas, there's no one objecting to having, well, I shouldn't say no one. There's less objection to having a takeaway pipeline.
Oh, yeah.
You know, in the Northeast, people don't want to use natural gas, so then they'll do what they're going to do. Right?
No, but
and states are coming up with different plans.
Sure, I'm just pointing out that in terms of policy, probably the number one thing in my mind the federal government could do in the medium term is around natural gas and around Appalachia, right? Getting Appalachian gas either to the water in terms of LNG or even just allowing it to be pushed back to the Gulf Coast. But you know, they're getting pipes done is pretty impossible. We have no new pipelines ever in the Northeast, which seems a little crazy, but it's the way.
But I think in the Northeast, you know, sitting in the Northeast, I think in the Northeast, and that's where you get to the timeline thing. So the timeline to do offshore wind is not that different than the timeline to do an LNG terminal. I mean, it's the same. So if I have a preference based on climate change, which in my opinion is the correct preference, why wouldn't I do the facilities that have no emissions? Why would I spend effort to try to spend the same 3 to 5 years to do natural gas when I can do offshore wind or something else and get the same?
I think the answer would be why wouldn't you do both? Coal, you're building LNG doesn't do anything for you regionally, okay?
Right.
But it displaces coal internationally.
Yep.
Which
Well, if you're handling your methane,
What?
if you're handling your
Sure,
methane.
of course. But if you look at the big producers in Appalachian, their methane numbers are quite good, right? As opposed, by the way, to some of the other producers.
Well, then I have to get to the LNG tankers, I have to get to the LNG facilities. I mean, I don't know what the life cycle is, but my point to you is, on a domestic basis, you know, the United States, if we're going to give aid to some country in Africa to get off of coal, that's how you get off of coal, and they could go to renewables. Here in the United States, if we have a choice to accelerate renewables where they're available, and offshore wind is one of the less variable sources, and it's going to take the same number of years as doing LNG, why wouldn't you pick your own domestic resource and do it?
I guess I'm not saying not to.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obvious.
I think we have some sort of consensus here.
Right.
I mean, obviously, you know, we still have quite a bit that we could be covering, but there's already quite a bit of materials out there. So I wanted to take a moment and actually invite any of you to ask a question to this excellent panel. If you want to just queue up, there's a microphone over there. If not, yes, yeah, please go ahead. Yeah. And if you could say who you are and state the question in the form of question, that would be excellent. Thanks.
Good morning, Martin Jerušek from the Czech Republic. I'm currently a Fulbright researcher at George Washington University. I was here during the first panel asking a question about the elephant in the room we are now facing in Eastern Europe. Coming from the Czech Republic, that's definitely an issue I cannot avoid, and that is dependence on Russian oil and gas. I'm going to reiterate and change my question for now because this is obviously more policy-focused panel. So there's been a push towards the US coming from Europe and also domestically from the current president or his administration to ramp up the production of mainly natural gas to help Europe to shake off the dependency on Russian gas, which is especially an issue in Eastern Europe. But at the same time, there's like a countering push in that focuses on a longer run, and that is curbing down the carbon emissions. And what I'm hearing is that many producers are kind of hesitant to respond to the calls to increase their production because in a shorter run there might be a greater demand, but also the European Union itself in its Repower EU and the EU 2050 carbon neutrality clearly says that after 2030 there will be at least plateau and a decrease in oil and gas consumption. And the same may apply to China, that is going to grow until 2030 if the predictions are correct, then plateau, and then progressively will also focus on curbing down the emissions. So my question is, what do you see will be the response from the industry to the calls to ramp up the production when they don't have the long-term outlook that their investments in the higher production on the higher production capacity will be offset by a long-term demand? Thank you.
Okay, let me just take that for 1 second, and I'll defer to the others who spend more time on this. It really depends on what you're talking about, because a shale well isn't going to produce for 20 years, right? So, I can ramp up my drilling this year in shale, and I can recover, and I defer to others, a lot of that asset in a pretty short period of time. So way before 2030, I'm going to recover and sell the product from this field. So that's a non-issue if you're talking shale. And no one's debating about whether or not more drilling in the Gulf of Mexico or so forth is kind of or the Arctic, right? Which I might say is probably riskier than maybe some other companies think. But I think the real issue is if a company in the United States is going to commit to building a multi-billion-dollar export terminal for Europe. To amortize that investment, they need a certain number of years contract to cover the cost of that investment of capital. And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the actual production of the oil and gas. Because the production of the oil and gas, the uncertainty past 2030 makes absolutely no difference if you're talking about shale. And in natural gas and the Haynesville and the dry gas, same thing, just doesn't matter. So you're really talking about the risk of the facility, where a European company could take equity.
So we are talking infrastructure more than
Correct.
the wellhead.
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely. Amy's right. And this is the problem, which is the Europeans are all over here, you know, they're down in Houston and they're talking to people. And it's like, we need gas, we need gas, we need gas. Great, will you sign a 20-year contract? No. Okay, yeah, we need gas in the next 10 years. Can you do that? Well, we need to build a facility that has to last for 50. Okay, or 30 at least, okay? And typically that's the way LNG got contracted, right? It was the only way you could get LNG facility contracts is if you had a dedicated 20-year agreement with, or 25-year agreement with a credit-worthy partner. So that's where this long-term disappearance of value and the short-term need, you know, this is the problem of our day, which is long-term, we hope to live in a different world, but we're still 82% dependent on fossil fuels. And those two things are clashing right now.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to add that let's say if we view the US industry as one entity, like one country, then it would be fair to say that the US has already done as much as it could to actually solve energy crisis problem in Europe. A lot of LNG tankers, you know, last year, a lot of US LNG was flowing to Asia. Now, in the first 6 months of the year, we saw just massive diversion of tankers to Europe. So essentially, you know, the total US to Asia LNG flow declined quite massively, and the industry actually increased exports to Europe to the extent that all European regasification facilities actually operating at maximum capacity. Europe cannot physically take more LNG today, but there is quite strong project pipeline. You know, new regas terminals are coming online quite soon. And then it is all about the US LNG capacity is operating at 100% utilization rates, basically above nameplate capacity. And it takes 3-4 years, sometimes 5 years to develop new terminal. And now we just reached the moment when we didn't get any approvals 3-4 years ago, just because there was a downturn. So the timing is not good, essentially. But there are a lot of discussions. You know, there will be a lot of FIDs, investment decisions on new capacity. And I would say most people agree that US LNG capacity will probably double in the next, you know, 8 to 10 years. So it is a very strong new project pipeline. And there won't be any upstream supply problems, most likely, to achieve pretty high utilization rate. So even though the outlook for gas consumption in Europe in long term suggests, you know, probably peak and gradual decline, but there is a lot of variability among the countries. There is a lot of variability among the segments, because Europe is moving quite quick on decarbonization of power segment, but you still have industrial sector, you have buildings, basically residential and commercial sector, and we don't see any significant, I would say, policy push in the residential or commercial sector. So that transition, it will take much longer. I guess that's my point. So the demand will be quite resilient in the years to come, and I think, you know, the connection between the US and Europe on the LNG side will become much stronger given the current, you know, geopolitical situation.
Let me add one little point that will shock a lot of people. I don't know if people realize this, but, you know, Germany has untapped natural gas resources in its country, in the lower Saxony and beyond, which they've chosen not to drill. And they continue to choose not to drill. And, you know, I had a conversation back at the very beginning of all this where somebody was really critiquing the United States. It was somebody, you know, representing the German government. And I asked them, I said, well, I don't understand. Why don't, besides bringing a wire from your offshore wind down to southern Germany so you don't have, you know, electricity shortages, why don't you just drill in your own country? And this person, who's a very senior person, thought I was lying. And they had to go research it, And then they came back and sent me their reserve numbers, which are quite high, right? So we all make these choices. They made this choice that they don't want to have to worry about water contamination in Germany because there's rich farmland, blah, blah, blah. Well, we have farmland. So what you're saying is, if you're German, we want you to put your American farmland at risk to provide us with natural gas that we're not going to do inside our own country. And by the way, we were willing to have the Russians flare all this production and have all this leaky equipment and have the highest methane leakage in the world, and we were going to buy that gas, and we spent billions of dollars to make a pipeline from it. But again, we weren't willing to drill in our own country. And I think that in today's world, I don't want to pick on the Germans, but this is a time when countries really need to think seriously about these choices they make. And I'm not telling German citizens, the German citizens can decide that no, they want to be green, they want to go to renewables, and they're willing to pay the current, prices and muddle through. They could have rationing, which may happen. And that's probably a good choice from a climate perspective, right? But it shouldn't be about the United States somehow not providing a resource when there are some resources that are choosing not to be tapped.
And not to mention, I think, some of the ways in which the developing economies are really squeezed. I mean, they have to turn away from LNG or natural gas in general and turn into coal. Right. So, I think individual countries make choices depending on how, their political, compacts and what have you, the political economy, but then someone needs to, I guess, pay, or someone, there's always the trade-off, at some level. No more, oh, yes, yeah, sure, please.
So I'm Mark Serres from Aramco. So there has been a lot of discussion about the different reaction curves, I would say, from private companies and public companies, and it seems the story is because investors are enforcing capital discipline. And the reasons I heard of why they're doing that, I'm not very convinced. Yes, inflationary pressures, terminal values. It seems to me the real fundamental reason is boom-bust cycles. The reality is we've been there before. And if as a sector we can impose capital discipline, then we can keep the prices where they are and make great profits. If as a sector, not as individual companies, but as a sector, each individual company then starts investing a lot, then effectively the price will bust, right? And we've been there before. So this sort of consensus among investors is sort of inviting a coordinated non-response, and we see it because the private players are being more reactive. So my question, I'm getting to the question now, right, is what's the fear that at some stage competition authorities start saying there seems to be some form of coordinated response here to keep the price high, right, and not basically to avoid this boom-bust cycle. So what's your concern that at some stage the government will actually call competition authorities in to look into that?
I guess you guys probably don't want to take that on. I'll take that on. So there's a concept in economics called parallelism. So it doesn't require me to go in a secret room with cigars together with 3 oil producers from a foreign country and decide we'd like to change what party is in power in the United States by putting up the price of oil. I don't have to have a tape recording that says that you agreed to do that, because we can all look at each other and see we're all doing that, and then make a public comment about the market, and then we know through parallel action that we're going to get the higher price. I'm not a member of the Justice Department. I mean, I know in the economics literature the difference between parallelism and actually, cartel or monopoly behavior is a really thin line. And I don't know what the legal principle would be. But I can tell you there are instances in the United States where companies did take actions together and they were not prosecuted. because it's just something that the Justice Department hasn't taken on. But if we were to get to a really large crisis where we have a new food crisis on top of the energy crisis, and the world gets to a much worse place because of the actions of one or two countries, then if industry was collaborating to help those foreign countries hurt the United States and Europe, I think you get a different reaction.
In my mind, there's absolutely no sense that this is a collective action. It's everybody's for themselves. But what I hear you saying is, they finally hit upon, for 10 years of failure, they finally hit upon something that works, and somehow that it's collusive unless they go back to making no money, right? So everybody's just in it for themselves. They're looking at their share price, okay? They're incredibly competitive. Yeah, as a whole, if investors are enforcing that, or investors say, yes, we own you, this is what we want you to do, okay? That's right. I don't think it is collective. Now, there obviously has an impact across the thing, but you have hundreds or thousands of players, okay, in the business, okay, including all the foreign companies, right? So I don't think that it is in any way that way. Now, also, though, I would just say, as price continues to go up, one thing I do see a different behaviors, right? So between $60 and $70, we're paying down our debt. Frankly, between $70 and $80, we're paying down our debt. Now we start to give out our regular dividends, and maybe we bump that up a little bit. Now variable dividends, maybe we do some stock buyback. But at the same time, they've moved off of zero growth now to everybody's on 3 to 5, and now it's becoming 4 to 6, right? So the point is, the market will be elastic, or supply, I believe, will be elastic in the longer run, but I say at any given price, it's lower and slower than you thought it would be, or you got used to, or we got used to, okay? But it doesn't mean it's not happening at all. We're already growing, we think, 1 million barrels a day this year, and 1 million barrels a day next year, right? That's pretty rapid growth. It's 10% growth, yeah, you know. In the same way, I don't know, when you think of a company that has a business model that is growth, growth, growth at all costs, and in doing so, they're spending too much money. What's the first company you think of? Right? Just like me, Uber. Okay? Uber was spending actually more money to capture a new client than they were getting from the client. And that's why eventually the investor said, guys, stop. Okay? You are losing money. That was a subsidy, by the way. Any of you like your Uber Eats or your Uber subsidized cab rides? Because I don't know if you noticed, but they've gone way up. Okay? That's because the company's starting to charge for its services. And in the same way, again, you have a money-losing business model that subsidizes consumers. When it stops, it's no fun. Now, it's no fun also because the oil market is in the process of figuring out what is the price then that I need to get that incremental barrel, right? Where is that price? And notice before, you know, the whole Ukraine situation took place, the price was 80, 85, right? Moving up. That was because the market's trying to find this, because it's looking at the U.S. going, you guys aren't doing anything. You're not doing anything yet, okay? And so the market is, I believe, searching for that new equilibrium, right? And in the absence of any major move by anybody to provide marginal barrels, whether it's OPEC or U.S., it keeps going up until somebody gives. And unfortunately, that next slot is not on the supply side. It's on the demand side, yeah? And some consumer can't afford it. Yeah, that's the way markets work.
Great.
Maybe I can just add very quickly, because this is not the first time I actually hear about this theory, but personally to me, just the scale of some of these companies taken together with their very diversified ownership structure maybe eliminates any potential that this is some sort of collaborative action, and we still haven't heard about that from the companies themselves. So I fully support the opinion that this is really not the case. And another thing which I would like to bring up, if it was a collaborative action, I would expect super majors like ExxonMobil and Chevron to be part of this agreement, but both American super majors they are actually growing quite aggressively as fast as they can on their US onshore portfolios. So they are among, I would say, leading companies this year, which try to accelerate the supply response to the extent possible, basically.
Yeah, one thing just note on that, he makes a great point. Just thinking about the super majors, and Amy brought this up, and I can show you the graph that we made, but if you drill a shale well, you'll have captured about 85 to 90% of the NPV, the value of this well, by 2027, okay? And if you look at a tremendously successful asset like the Liza field in Guyana, it's way more economic, okay? But by 2030, if you were to lease that block today and get the same successful results, by 2030, you will have captured exactly 0%. In other words, 100% of that NPV will remain after that. And that is one reason that I feel like we're talking about shale and the shale response, and Artem mentions the super majors. This is a reason that the super majors are looking for it. The more uncertain the future, the more that within their portfolio, on a risk-adjusted basis, when you adjust for this time capture of NPV, the better shale looks, yeah? So if they have extra money and they're thinking to put it and juice their growth, it's flowing here rather than into long-term projects. And that's why exploration around the world is largely having great difficulty getting back. It should be booming, but it's not because that long-term value is not there.
Well, I can't thank these three experts, Amy, Adam, and Raul, more. I mean, the width of topics that we managed to cover, it's not just the depth from the geopolitics of energy to some extent, to what's happening in even the service sector, issues like labor shortage factor, but then also different pockets, policy, the interaction between companies and investors, but then also what we might expect in the shale sector this year and next year. I mean, it was a fantastic discussion. Thank you so much. And before we thank I invite audience to thank the panel. Just a quick reminder, we are breaking for coffee right at the moment, and please come back by or at 11 o'clock. The next panel will feature Toby Rice from EQT. The topic is the energy markets and managing the energy transition. So there's more to come. Well, again, please join me in thanking the panel. That's fantastic.
Hey, welcome back. Once again, I'm Joseph Majkut. I'm the director of the Energy Security and Climate Change Program here at CSIS. I want to welcome you to our final session before lunch. Toby and I have agreed to bring a little bit of energy to the conversation so that everybody can stay alert and look forward to discussions and sandwiches in a few minutes. For those of you joining on live stream, welcome back. If you can use social media or other tools to interact with the programming today, we more than welcome the interaction. For this session, the goal is to talk a little bit more internationally about energy security and how the U.S. oil and gas industry can be a guarantor of energy security. And Toby Rice is the president and chairman, CEO, of EQT, one of the largest natural gas producer in the United States, operating out of the Marcellus area and chiefly in Pennsylvania. And he's got, I would say, very forward ideas about what the role that U.S. gas could play globally. So I've asked him to come and he's going to give a short presentation. Then he and I will have a chance to chat about his ideas, and then we can open the floor up. And when we think about how do we use ideas, how do we use future thinking to really change the role that energy plays in the globe, I think Toby's in a leadership position. So I look forward to our conversation. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, happy to be here. You know, what are we doing here? We're here to talk about energy. Why? Because we are in a global energy crisis right now. You know, how did we get here? And the issue is a question that people should be asking. You know, the impacts of this energy crisis, unnecessarily high energy prices around the world, rampant inflation, and oh, by the way, there's a war going on in Ukraine, and finally, our emissions around the world are still rising. You know, how did we get here? I think there's a lot of anti-hydrocarbon policies that have been put in place over the last decade. And as a result, you've seen a traditional underinvestment in traditional energy sources. You know, 8 years ago, the industry was investing over $700 billion in new hydrocarbon development in the upstream space. Last year, that number was about $300 billion, cut in half, okay? That is the reason why we have a global energy shortage right now. And you know, one of the concerning things for me is when you hear about how are we going to respond to this energy crisis that we're in, it seems like a lot of people are starting to say, well, we need to double down on the policies that were taken in the past. And I think that is very concerning for me, because when you double down on those policies, you're doubling down on high energy prices. You're doubling down on rampant inflation. You're doubling down on Russia's influence on the world stage. And a lot of the other solutions haven't been that great either. I was reading an article in the paper in the UK, and they were talking about one of the ways that they were going to address climate change was they were going to start feeding their school children bugs, mealworms. Now think about this. I mean, this is pretty amazing things that are being recommended right now. What I say is, you know, it doesn't have to be that way. I say give these kids some chicken nuggets and some LNG, and that will have just as big of an impact on the environment. So I'd like to talk to you guys about my view on a little bit of background on myself, my view on climate and the approach, and then I want to talk about the solution and what we can do. Background on our company, EQT. It's America's largest natural gas producer. One thing I think it's worth pointing out here is the cleanliness of the energy that we produce. The world's energy mix right now, over 80% of the energy that we consume in the world is coming from hydrocarbons. And that chart on the bottom right just shows the emissions intensity. How clean is this energy that we produce here in America? Punchline is, if you were going to be using hydrocarbons in the world, we should be sourcing those hydrocarbons from America, because they're the cleanest produced, and EQT is certainly leading the way on that front. This chart, real quick, just bottom right, we believe in a better way of doing shale development. It's one of the reasons why we ran a proxy contest to take control over EQT. We believe in a better way. We're going to be net zero by 2025. That bottom right chart, the pink line just shows the pace at which we're able to evolve our business relative to some of the other peers. And when we get there, you know, we're laying the trail of breadcrumbs on how we achieved our net zero goals faster and more efficiently than what industry is doing now. And those breadcrumbs will hopefully allow others in industry to accelerate their ability to provide net zero operations. But, you know, stepping back, my background, I started my first business in this called Rice Energy in 2007. Moved to an apartment in Pittsburgh with my brothers, and the higher purpose back then was to help bring energy independence to America. And that was a major goal that a lot of people thought was impossible to do. Well, fast forward 10 years later, EQT, Rice Energy became a top 10 producer of natural gas in the United States. The United States, achieved energy independence. And at that time, we decided that we were going to combine with our neighbor, EQT. And the combination of Rice Energy and EQT is what created America's largest natural gas producer. Had an opportunity to retire and step back and thought about, what was I going to do next in life and what was going to be the higher purpose. And the higher purpose for me was, I want to make an impact on the world. And I started looking at all the different ways that we can do that. And one of the things that was most striking to me is this correlation on the left. And it's very simple. You want to make energy consumption drives human progress. The more energy people consume, the better the quality of life. Simply put, the more energy people use, the longer they live. And so if you want to make an impact on this world, find a way to give people access to cheap, clean, reliable energy, and that's how you can make a major impact on the world. That is a big driver for what we're doing here. So we had an opportunity to rejoin the company back in 2019 at EQT. And we were doing great things. We were able to produce more energy into the world, making an impact, but realized that there was something that was stopping us from providing more energy into this world, and it was people's concerns over climate. Okay, right, wrong, and different. People are scared over climate. And that translated to a lot of pipeline blockages out of our producing area in the Northeast, the Marcellus Shale in Appalachia. And there's been over 7 BCF a day of pipelines that have been canceled. So the biggest gas field in the world is in Appalachia, and 20% of extra production has been canceled because we don't have pipelines. The root of this is people are concerned about climate. Now, we can take one path and say, well, let's try and convince the world that they shouldn't be concerned about climate. We're not doing that. That's already down. There's other people that can talk about the impacts. That's not going to be us. The path that we took is, what can we actually do to provide a solution here and be a part of the solution? And so we're going to talk about that, but I think our journey really started just looking at climate. I'm just going to whip through these because this is an educated cloud on climate, but just a couple key points. This slide right here is showing that emissions around the world are still increasing, and a key point is, even if the United States reaches a net zero goal tomorrow, then we're still going to miss our climate emissions. That's that dashed line. We're still going to miss our emissions. It's not just about the United States. We've done amazing things. We've reduced emissions over 1 billion tons during the last 15 years. But during that same period of time, the world has increased emissions over 4 billion tons. Largest source of emissions in the world is foreign coal. Over 48% of emissions in the world coming from foreign coal. Well, guess what? Now we've identified the issue. The biggest issue we should be focusing on is foreign coal. Really important thing here that I think is incredibly important to understand, this isn't just about getting to zero. It's about the speed and scale for us to be able to get there. Every day that we continue to fail to make progress on a global scale just means the miracle effect is just we're gonna have to get to net zero a lot faster. So every year that we don't get on pace with our 2050 goals means that the timing is gonna get shortened. I mean, everything we want to do to avoid a situation by 2050, every year we goes by, we're gonna have to, that new goal is 2035. So we need to start working on these things and start decarbonizing right now. When we look at some of the solutions that are being proposed, we think solar and wind is a great solution, but they are not the only solution. And this is the pace of investment that needs to get done. Current pace, we're over $5 trillion. We need to pump that up, to tens of trillions of dollars. Now, one of the things while the richer countries have been the ones that have largely been investing these dollars in renewables, the question is, where all this foreign coal is coming from, this is China and India. What do? Our GDP is 65,000. We're a rich nation. Well, China is 10,000. India is 2,000 GDP per capita. How can they afford to pay for these things? The other point I'd make on this, those black bars, what we've actually done to date, that's not just what we've done. That is also a symbol of the supply chains that we have. This is what we can do. You want to do more than that, which the plan calls, you're going to need more supply chains, more mining, more labor, and you see the difficulties that we've had getting this supply chain. Putting a tariff on solar panels in China, pulling that off, it's a sign that the supply chains are challenged. We cannot just bet on solar and wind to carry the day. And this is a really key point for people to understand. You know, are we even keeping pace with the climate emissions around the world with our solar and wind? And you know, this is probably one of the biggest points that I think everybody just needs to understand is, you know, a lot of people don't understand how much energy demand there is in this world. And when solar and wind cannot meet that energy demand, people are going to use coal. And we should not judge them, we should not vilify them. They have a right to a quality of life. But that's what happens, they use coal. In the last 12 months, coal emissions around the world have increased over 500 million tons, the red bar. Now put that in perspective, that is an amount of emissions that completely offsets every single environmental impact from the solar and wind we've invested here in the United States over the last 15 years. Let that sink in. In the last 12 months of not addressing foreign coal, has wiped out 15 years of renewable investments here in the United States. Think about that. It highlights how big of an issue foreign coal is. We need a heavyweight solution to be able to address this. And that solution is switching from coal to natural gas. And this is the dynamics. When you switch from coal to natural gas, you're seeing a 60% reduction in emissions. And that's pretty powerful. And you think about, wow, should that be embraced by the public? Well, what's another solution that the public embraces? Well, when you go from electric vehicles, everybody loves that. When you go from an ICE engine to an electric vehicle, you're saving about 60% of emissions. Same as what you get when you go from coal to natural gas. That's why we call natural gas the Tesla of electric power generation. Unfortunately, I don't think natural gas gets the love that the electric vehicles get, but understand it should, because the data supports that. And this is the reason for our track record here in the United States of why we've been able to reduce emissions. We are the world leader in lowering emissions. The table on the right, United States reduced emissions over 900 million tons. The next closest is 188 million tons in the UK. We're talking about eating bugs. What did we do? What was the majority of those emissions? It was replacing coal with natural gas. Over 60% of our emission reduction. The question is, well, we understand what the issue is. It's foreign coal. Do we have a solution here to eliminate that? And the answer is yes. We can use natural gas to replace foreign coal on a world stage. We're doing that right now with our LNG exports. And when you just look at the environmental impact of LNG, today with what we're doing, it has a greater environmental impact than every other major environmental initiative around the world. It's incredibly powerful, but not a lot of people know that the biggest green initiative on the planet is LNG. The question is, well, why are people still using coal? The answer is they just don't have access to the natural gas resources. If natural gas is a big decarbonizing solution, who's going to be able to supply that natural gas to the world? China is using coal because they don't have natural gas. But the big 2/3 of the world's gas resources are controlled by 4 countries: United States, Russia, Iran, and Qatar. Well, Russia, off the table. Iran, maybe not as friendly. Qatar, you can see there, not as big of a gas reserves. The United States, we are the only country that can provide the gas to make a big dent in foreign coal and lower emissions around the world. How big is that potential? Well, we've done work looking at the entire resource base in the United States, and we believe that we have the resource to grow production over 50 BCF a day for LNG exports. That would be a 4-fold increase in what we're already doing today in LNG exports. And if we can do that, then it will have the environmental impact equivalent to electrifying every vehicle in the country, putting solar in every house in America, and also doubling US wind capacity. That's 54,000 windmills combined. It's absolutely massive. There's nothing bigger. That's why we call unleashing US LNG the biggest green initiative on the planet. But think about this world that we will be in. When we unleash US LNG, we will find ourselves in a place where we have 50% surplus natural gas flowing through the pipelines of America. And that surplus is going to bring an unprecedented amount of energy security to the citizens to Americans. You know, right now when the administration is, for us to respond to a price signal in Shale, it takes us 18 months. That's the cycle time for the time I push the button and say I want more production to get out there, build the sites, build the wells, build the pipelines, all that, 18 months. In this situation where the energy is above ground, on standby, while slated for exports, when you ask for that for that energy, we get you that production in 18 hours. The United States wants a spigot. This is the spigot. But it can only be created if we have a robust LNG export to create that surplus. Also, not only is it going to provide amazing energy security to the United States, it's going to provide amazing energy security to the world. An incremental 50 BCF a day on the world stage will replace Russia's gas exports 2.5 times over. 50 BCF a day could supply all of Europe's gas needs. Okay? So unprecedented from an energy perspective, from an energy security perspective. And the last point I'd say, another byproduct that we don't talk about a lot is, not only is unleashing US LNG the biggest green initiative on the planet, the biggest energy security blanket that this country has, it's also the biggest jobs creator in the country. Over 300,000 high-paying jobs would be created if we can unleash US LNG. It's over $30 billion a year in wages. It's absolutely exciting. The challenge to make this happen, we just need to build LNG facilities and pipelines faster than we've ever done before. And that's the hard part, because pipelines have been blocked, challenged, canceled, or opposed over the last 10 years here in the United States. And this chart shows where those pipelines have been blocked. Now, what's really amazing that I think is really important to see is, in this world where we see higher natural gas prices, and all energy prices, but looking at natural gas specifically, all those pipelines would have connected the lowest cost, biggest gas field in the world to New England. And because we don't have pipelines, you're seeing pretty extreme pricing situations happen. In New England, I mean, this winter, natural gas prices are forecasted to be over $25. During that same period of time, we're going to be selling that same gas in Appalachia for a price of $7. Lack of infrastructure is the reason for a lot of these price issues that we're seeing right now. Lack of pipelines is the reason why Appalachia cannot respond and add production right now. It does no good to drill more wells if we don't have any pipelines to get it to market. How fast could we actually do this? This is one thing that's, when we talk about the scale and speed, this is the speed. We can do all of this in less than 10 years with cooperation to get these pipelines built. Remind everybody in this industry what the United States natural gas industry has done. And we've already had years, from 2017 to 2018, we increased production over 10 BCF a day in just 1 year. So be able to do this over a period of 10 years is incredibly feasible, and we can start right now. This plan, the other thing here that it requires to do this, well, what else do we need? What resources do we need? Well, we need to add about 50 horizontal rigs. Say, well, is that feasible? Is that a lot? Well, we currently run over 700 rigs. We used to run over 2,000 rigs in this country as a proxy to the supply chain, the equipment, the roughnecks, the workforce. We've got it. 50 rigs is not an issue. It just comes down to pipelines and infrastructure. And if we can do this, this plan, I think one of the most important parts of this plan is, it's not just targeted. It's not just impactful on the environment, security, or jobs creator. It's feasible, adding 50 rigs. Last thing that's most important about this is an energy transition plan that is completely sustainable. And what I mean by sustainability is not just talking about the environment. We know this is the biggest green initiative on the planet. When I talk about sustainability, I'm talking about being profitable. And that's a key differentiator between unleashing US LNG and a lot of the other energy transition plans out there. We believe that we could put natural gas on the doorstep of Europe for a cost of $9. And that would imply a domestic gas price here of $4. $4 is below the 20-year average for natural gas prices. We can make our natural gas cheaper than what it's been in the past. $9 in Europe, they're currently paying over $35. That price structure would be very attractive to consumers. And that price structure would be very attractive to industry. And with those prices, this industry can generate moderate returns. And we can, for the upstream, midstream, and downstream. And because it's profitable, that means we can finance this. And this means the industry will pay for this initiative. And it will cost the American taxpayer $0. And that means those dollars can be freed up for any other government initiative that they'd like to see. And the chart on the right really just shows the impact of Build Back Better and Unleashed US LNG in the light blue bars. This is the only way that we can get over and above our emission goals and get and be a leader. And here's the last point, I'll close with this. We need to start thinking about climate change on a global perspective, and that means the US's role in this. Big takeaway. The world is not going to meet its climate goals if the United States just becomes net zero. We need to go below zero to meet the climate goals of the world. The United States needs to go sub-zero, and US LNG, this unleashed situation will give us the chance to get there. So that's the prepared time. You want to do some Q&A?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your presentation. Scope 3 accounting for countries. It's a really interesting idea. Let me ask a couple questions about your vision. One is, you have a strong producer mindset, right? And you're saying that the U.S. could play this incredible role. We have to have customers who want to buy the stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So when you think about, and coal to gas switching is really going to be an Asia story. Now, the pace of coal to gas switching has been relatively modest in Asia thus far. Mm-hmm. So what makes you confident that this world can be realized in the face of what has happened thus far, where the preference for coal remains? And we saw that even at the beginning of your presentation.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that's held back people from buying more LNG is the fact that it's been really hard to produce. Mm-hmm. And the hard part about producing is getting through all the permits and getting confidence on what the long-term price will be. Well, I'm telling you, we have the resource right now to put it on your doorstep for $9. In Asia, we put it on the doorstep for $10. Well, what does that price mean? $9 natural gas is the equivalent of, what's 9 times 6? $56? $56 oil. That seems really attractive. And listen, historically, LNG prices have been between $8 and $15. And this is why you see countries like Japan mm-hmm. be able to be such large buyers of LNG. You see China embracing LNG. They've now eclipsed Japan as the biggest buyer of natural gas of LNG in the world. Just this last year, they bought more mm-hmm. than Japan. So, I mean, there's clearly an appetite for it.
Right.
There's clearly a demand for it, but we need to create the supply to bring these prices down, because right now what you're seeing is we are seeing energy prices around the world that are the prices are being set by demand destruction. We need to get these prices set by cost of supply. Mm-hmm. Get it down to a price that's closer to 4 and 9 compared to who can bear the most pain.
Right.
That's the only way. And to do that, we need to start thinking about ways that we can allow this industry to sustainably grow and do it in the cleanest environmental standards. Mm-hmm. That's the world that we need to get to. But without that, we're going to be living with these extreme volatile prices and these countries that are heavily reliant on coal, which, by the way, I'd add Germany to that list right now.
Right.
I'd add Germany to that list. We're not going to meet our emissions, and it's only going to further exacerbate the coal issues that we have. But the good news is, we have a solution. We can do this. We just need to change our perspective and lean in to natural gas as the biggest solution we have.
And do we make U.S. LNG? Do we make it attractive? Do we make it competitive in the markets that you want to target through creative financing structures? Do we need to think about the U.S. having development finance tools that make infrastructure possible? What are the tools that you think are going to be most effective in growing the market for?
Yeah, that's a great question. So everything we talked about today is, what can we do to unleash the supply of U.S. LNG on the world stage? The next question is, well, how is the world going to harness U.S. LNG?
Yeah.
And listen, coal is cheap, and it's going to be a higher cost for these countries to embrace natural gas because they're going to have to build pipelines and regasification facilities. Fortunately, the majority of the costs to be able to allow countries to enjoy LNG happens here in the United States. The cost for us to drill the wells, build the pipelines, liquefy it, ship it. Regasifying is a much lower bar. So It's something that's very feasible. And we have tools here in the United States that we can use to help assist these countries harness LNG and unleash their country's full potential. The XM Bank, just I think a few weeks ago, just got approved to make loans for LNG regasification facilities. That's a great step. And from a cost perspective, that's one thing. But the other benefits of going from natural gas to coal, in addition to lowering emissions, I mean, this is the key to cleaner air quality. And we've all seen the benefits of having cleaner air when you switch from coal to natural gas. I think that's going to be another driving factor over and above just lowering emissions for China and India and parts of Europe.
Yeah. I mean, so many elements of the plan are really, really attractive. But I also, but I wonder what challenges there might be, right? So around the country in a lot of these target markets, solar plus storage is getting cheaper. You have a real concern that we're going to build a bunch of infrastructure and need to continue to use it, and that's going to get in the way of long-term climate goals. Are we too late?
No. And I mean, I think this is one of the issues that is people are saying that we have the solution. I mean, I saw people saying we have the solutions, why don't we just do it? Solar and wind are cheaper. Are they? They only make up 3% of the world's energy supplies. Why is that? Who's stopping? If people think that we can power the United States with a little postage stamp of solar panels in the corner of Idaho, why aren't we doing it? That sounds awesome. Let's do it. The governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger, put a tweet out the other day. We have all the tools and technology available at our disposal to solve this. What are we waiting for? You tell me. Maybe it's not as sustainable as people think. We should question this. They're good, they play a role. But look at when you have a real breakthrough in technology, nothing holds it back. It's completely unbridled. We can't say renewables are new. They're not. They've been around for a long time. And I'll give you an example of an energy transition story and just what it looks like when you've got the right solution, a real technology that makes energy cheaper, more reliable, and cleaner. It takes off like a rocket. This industry we've been in this energy crisis before. Let's not forget this. Like 20 years ago, the crisis we were facing was we were looking at peak oil, and everybody said, "Oh my goodness, we're going to run out of energy. What are we going to do?" Well, this industry, the oil and gas industry, we responded. And what did we do? We went through an energy transition. We transitioned from drilling and developing the conventional reservoirs that we said, oh, they're depleting, they're running out. We transitioned into developing unconventional reservoirs, shale. And what it took for this industry to get through that was rapid innovation, smart risk-taking, incredible collaboration. I mean, all the things we talk about. And the result was horizontal drilling, hydraulic fracturing, and a bunch of other technologies that allowed us to find ways to create commercial volumes of oil and gas out of a rock that has less permeability than the pavement outside. And we went from a situation where the United States was running out of energy, and we cracked the code on shale, and now we are an energy powerhouse. Mm-hmm. The point here is, and then I would say so to tie it back to your question, when you look at how long that took to happen, shale around 2000, okay? 2004 started getting mainstream. Now, over 95% of the wells that we drill in this country are unconventional. They're shale wells. It's exploded. And the amount of energy surplus that's given us here in the United States to fuel our economies, provide energy security and low prices for Americans, oh, and by the way, allow us to be a net exporter of energy. That's what happens when you have a real energy solution. Now, for us, so I think it's not too late for us, but we are being held back because of these lack of pipeline infrastructure or any of the infrastructure that people are talking about. I think people just need to take I would ask for people to have one thing. It's realize that we're using energy in this world, and shutting down energy development here in the United States is not going to stop others around the world from getting their energy. They've proven that. The last 12 months, coal emissions have risen 500 million tons. We need heavyweight solutions, and the United States is the only country that has the resource to be the heavyweight solution to address these issues that the world is facing today.
Yeah. I want to talk a little bit about pipelines, because pipelines encounter multiple challenges, right? On the one hand, you have people worried about stranded assets. We don't want to build any more fossil fuels. We don't want to invest any more in fossil fuels. You also have people whose land is seized because of eminent domain claims, who are not particularly concerned with climate issues but have very local concerns. So what's the basket of reforms that allows us to realize some of this potential without running roughshod over justifiable concerns?
So I think it's very tough. I mean, we're in a world right now where we're talking about pipelines being canceled. Everything is getting canceled. It's hard to build anything in this country. So it's not just oil and gas infrastructure. I mean, there was a zero carbon hydropower project in Canada that was going to deliver energy into Massachusetts. That got blocked.
Yeah.
So it's not. So cancel culture is a big thing here, and when we give veto cards to every single person that could be impacted, guess what? It shouldn't be surprising that people are going to block this stuff. But I think this is where leadership comes in, knowing that we're not just looking at the negative impacts of what we do, because guess what? Nothing we do comes without risk. Nothing we do comes without impact. But when you have to look at the big impact,
Right.
and then we need to have leaders that will make those decisions. And now the good news is, we've proven that we're able to build things correctly here in the oil and gas industry.
Yep.
And nothing we do is done in a way that we shouldn't be able to take care of the stakeholders that are involved. But I'll give you an example with MVP, for example, just as understand the impacts and looking at the benefits of this country. There's a couple people that have had negative experiences with this as that pipeline comes through your property, and that's terrible, and we need to do everything we can to make sure we take care of these people. But that set aside, this pipeline is going to bring energy security to over 7 million homes in southeastern part of the United States. And so think about it like that. We've got to be able to find a way to take care of these people, but we've got to also find a way to understand the greater good and realize that we need to build stuff in this country. And that's going to be I guess a big part of the policy discussion that you all have to do, is how can we set the table where because here's the deal, this isn't just like, you want environmental justice here for the building these projects, but also that chart I put up there, right, one of the first charts I put up, there's over 3 billion people in this world that live on less electricity than it takes to run a refrigerator. Like, let's talk about energy justice, and that is the key to life. And we need to build stuff here so that we can bring energy justice to people around the world.
I've got one more, but I'm sure that there are going to be questions from the audience. If you'd like to queue at the microphone, your name, your brief introduction, and then a sentence that goes up at the end. I think you snuck something in right at the end that was interesting to me. You showed U.S. greenhouse gas emissions in line with and a line representing a net zero target, and you said this is Build Back Better plus unleashing U.S. LNG. It's kind of an appealing concept, right? Build Back Better plus drill, baby, drill. Like, take the best of what we can offer the world and reduce our own consumption at the same time. Do you think there's room for that politically?
Oh yeah, because I'll tell you, your point about stranded assets, I didn't address that, so let's address that. But a lot of talk in hydrogen, and the government's talking about doing hydrogen hubs everywhere, and that's awesome. I think that's great. Here's how Unleash US LNG can put programs like that and just make that a 1 + 1 = 3. We're super excited about this. This is Unleash US LNG is the energy transition for a zero carbon economy here in the United States. Unleash US LNG is giving us the opportunity to rebuild a significant amount of pipeline infrastructure that we said, hey, the industry is going to pay for that. When we build this infrastructure, let's just not think about moving natural gas. Let's build this infrastructure so that it's hydrogen ready. That is going to be incredibly impactful in setting a foundation for the hydrogen economy. Now, I like that because I think natural gas is going to be a zero carbon fuel in the future. because we can transform it to blue hydrogen or blue ammonia, and we're going to use this infrastructure here. But we'll set the table for any color of hydrogen: red, green, blue, purple, gold, whatever other colors people come up with. There'll be a whole rainbow in it, and there'll be like a bowl of Skittles. It'll be great. But when you realize that that this is the future, and this is how it will really help hydrogen, because we can build hydrogen right now. We know what it costs to manufacture blue hydrogen. Just for everybody in the room, I believe that we can do blue hydrogen for a cost of $20 per million BTU. That's all in, from creation to delivered on the doorstep. That sounds expensive, and that's what I said. Why would anybody spend $20 on hydrogen when they could buy natural gas for, I guess in Europe it'd be a discount, but
Yeah.
it's not good enough. But when you look at the cost of hydrogen, it's not the cost of actually creating this stuff and storing the CO2 to make it a zero carbon fuel. The majority of the cost, over 2/3 of the costs, come from infrastructure. And so if Unleash US LNG can be the mechanism that underwrites and gives us hydrogen-ready infrastructure, man, everything that the DOE wants to do with these hydrogen hubs just becomes a whole lot easier. And it's another reason why to get excited. So I'd say in this plan, the opposition I think we're going to get, and I haven't heard it yet, but I'm just trying to cut it off, is when the people that may not be acceptable to this plan are people that only want to embrace zero carbon solutions. And for the points I mentioned before, that they're not working, they're not cutting it, they're not big enough to do what we need, but also understand that Unleash US LNG is the pathway to these zero carbon solutions, because we will build things that are hydrogen ready.
Great. Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, Ben Cahill from the Energy and Climate Program here at CSIS. Toby, thanks for being with us. I wanted to ask you about methane and emissions intensity. So you showed some data about the methane intensity and how you've been able to drive that down. Can you share some details about how your company did that? And then this prospect of sending clean US LNG to the rest of the world sounds great. How do we make it happen? How do we actually provide certified gas so we know what the methane and emissions intensity of those cargoes is? And what do we need to do to get there?
Yeah, you can't propose a climate solution that is centered on natural gas without addressing methane emissions. So it's a key point, and this is a key point that's in our full deck that's located on our website. But there's an asterisk behind Unleash US LNG, and that asterisk is everything that we do is going to be done net zero. Upstream, midstream, downstream LNG manufacturing, all going to be net zero. That means that we're going to take into account, if there are methane emissions, then we're going to have to offset those and make sure that, because we want the discussion to be not on the noise of, well, how many methane emissions do you have? We're net zero. So now the conversation is our product, natural gas, replacing coal. That's the emissions scenario that we're looking at, and we want the focus there. So what are we doing to get to net zero, like specifically for EQT and then other companies as well? It's real simple. It's bulletproofing our operations, and then it's putting radical transparency on our product. For natural gas, the bulletproofing operations, everybody needs to understand, we know where these emissions are coming from in the upstream space. As a natural gas producer, that biggest source of emissions is a piece of equipment called a pneumatic device. At EQT, we had over 10,000 of these installed across the portfolio. We're replacing every single one of those. And we're doing it over a period of 36 months and for a cost of $25 million. And that's going to have the impact of lowering emissions almost over 700,000 tons. When you do the math on this, we can eliminate this source of methane emissions for a cost of less than $10 a ton. It's very effective for us to be able to do it. That's why we're doing it. That's why everybody else in industry is on a pace to make that happen. That's the bulletproof operations. The other thing I'd say is on the radical transparency, responsibly certified gas programs are really the answer for this. And you've seen the industry really respond to this. And it seems like every day, new companies are doing it. It's not just the publics. You want to look at how deep is an industry taking care of these type of issues that maybe only the big guys need to think about. Private companies are now doing responsibly certified gas. That is a sign that this industry is taking this consideration very seriously, and I'm absolutely confident that this industry is going to knock methane emissions out of the park, but knowing that everything we do is going to be net zero. But in this plan, where can the environmentalists come and help us? When we say bulletproofing operations, here's the framework that we're going to do to prove that we're net zero. The sensors, the metrics that we're using, this is an opportunity for the environmentalists to come in here. Like we want them to say, this is where they can come in and say, here's the framework that we'd like for you all to consider. Here's the tools that we'd like you to use. That's great. Let's work together on that.
Brief point of order. I see you, Amy, one sec. When you say this is a net zero plan, you're talking about EQ2 operations, right? So there are emissions associated with liquefaction, shipping.
But that's going to be net zero too.
Oh, there will be?
Yeah,
and
net
then,
zero for upstream, midstream, and downstream LNG manufacturing.
So when you think about the total life cycle of LNG consumption, you have about 40% is upstream, midstream, downstream, and then about 60%, I think, is the cargo itself. Have you thought much about the net zero on the cargo side?
Yeah, I mean, there's, and this is what's amazing. I mean, we're talking about rebuilding. Probably one of the more challenging things we need to do is rebuild these cargo ships. You know, this is an opportunity for us. I mean, we're going to need to put in new orders to build new ships to move this stuff. Right now, the global LNG market is around 50 BCF a day. What we're talking about doing is doubling the U.S., doubling the international market. It's going to be an opportunity for us to rebuild this equipment. It's going to be an opportunity for us to use, you know, blue hydrogen, blue ammonia, and that will eliminate the source of emissions during the transport. The good news is we don't have to retrofit existing equipment. When we build it, let's build it right, and let's build it with net zero in mind.
Okay, great.
Okay, Toby, you're one of the most forward-looking people in the industry, so I have this question for you. I'm Amy Myers-Jaffe. I'm a professor at Tufts. Here's my question for you. You're elaborating a plan that's a big build-out, spending billions of dollars, but you're going to be competing against Saudi Aramco, which already has a plan in place to export hydrogen as ammonia. You've got Australia doing a big build-out to export hydrogen as ammonia. And we know that Europe is committed to transitioning. So why wouldn't the U.S. industry, you know, take the bull by the horns, and instead of investing all this money on a technology LNG where you need a 20-year contract from Europe, but maybe Europe doesn't want to commit to a 20-year contract because they want to move to hydrogen, why wouldn't the industry just skip that step and go right to building out hydrogen and ammonia infrastructure?
Well, the question is, I think it's a great question, and I think you highlight a really important point by naming out the countries in this room. The American energy producer is competing on the international stage, and we need to keep that in mind as we're putting policies in place to make sure that our American energy producers are as competitive as possible. But to your point, why not just go straight to hydrogen? That's what we're doing. That's what this is setting the table to do. What is going to be the feedstock of hydrogen? Right now, it looks like natural gas is going to be the most cost-effective option.
But why would you convert everything to LNG and build plants to convert it to LNG? Why wouldn't you just go to a hydrogen ammonia strategy?
So if the customers wanted hydrogen, then we would instead of building LNG facilities, we would build hydrogen facilities and ship them hydrogen or blue ammonia, if that's what they wanted. There's not that amount of demand right now. Not now. But the good news is the infrastructure that they build to receive natural gas can be the infrastructure in the future when they make the decision to spend more money on hydrogen. It's there for them if they want it. And so I think ultimately we're going to get to a gas economy here. Right now it's natural gas. In the future, natural gas will go from being an end product to being a feedstock solution. So we're not sacrificing our ability to do it. Actually, we're making it easier for us to move to a hydrogen economy because we're underwriting this with sustainable solutions that the world is demanding right now.
I'm not 100% convinced that you wouldn't negotiate with all the countries' interests, because you're talking about a build-up that's going to take 5 to 10 years. So why wouldn't you just, since there is interest?
Yeah. So here's, I mean, this is one of the points, and this is some of the things that we're gonna explore. Right now, we know that natural gas is cheaper than hydrogen.
Right now.
Right now. But what an amazing opportunity for us when we write these long-term contracts. Maybe it's, hey, with what we know right now, the first 10 years is going to be natural gas or LNG, and then the next 10 years after that, we're going to use that natural gas converted to zero carbon hydrogen, and that can be the second leg of your contract.
Can you give me permission to ask one last question?
Absolutely.
Okay, so suppose there's a whole bunch of players.
Yeah, we do have an online audience, so you should use the microphone.
Suppose there's a whole bunch of players, including some of the majors, that in that same time frame that you put up on the map can do green hydrogen from offshore wind. We're in a climate crisis. What do you say to that? Is that a better option? Everything's needed? What's your answer to that?
Yeah. Here's the way I think we need to look at things. Because you just mentioned a couple things, zero carbon hydrogen, electrolysis, offshore wind farms, zero carbon solutions. It's going to take time for us to create the zero carbon solutions and make sure that these are sustainable. And we should keep doing these things, but that's been a big focus that's prevented us from taking necessary steps like unleashing US LNG. So in addition to doing the race to zero carbon energy, we need to start thinking about, guess what? We're running out of time. We need to run another race. And this other race is the race to decarbonize the world. That's where Unleash US LNG fits. But we realize that there's things that we can do to make sure that everything we do here to decarbonize the world is going to be ready for the next race in the future. And I'll tell you this is one of the things I think that's really important for everybody to understand. I mean, the holy grail in energy is the person that can find cheap, reliable, zero carbon energy solution that's sustainable. I don't care if you're in solar, wind, nuclear, biodiesel, oil and gas. If you're in energy, that's what we're looking for. And so you see that this industry is looking at it. I think one of the issues that people have concerns on is say, why doesn't the industry go and put more dollars towards these zero carbon solutions? Well, we're putting a lot of dollars into this, but we're not going to be bringing unsustainable solutions, uneconomic solutions into the mainstream until they're ready. But you should be encouraged to know that this industry, everybody in energy, and I think for people that are forward thinking, are thinking about how can we advance to get that zero carbon solution. But there is discipline on putting those on the playing field before they're truly marked as sustainable. And we're figuring out a lot of stuff right now. I think you would agree. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, but this industry is looking at it. And I would just say, like, when who are we going to bet on is when you look at all these companies that are out there trying to figure this out. Who's going to be the ones that figure out cheap, reliable, zero carbon energy? I'm going to bet when the smoke clears, it's going to be one of your oil and gas companies that's figured it out, and hopefully it's EQT or one of our companies.
But when you think of it in that global context, right? I don't think there is one silver bullet.
That's right.
Right. The needs of different countries are going to be met by different resource bases. Their preferences for one technology or another are going to be, like, in some cases economic, in some cases strategic, in some cases arbitrary.
Yeah.
And so one of the things I think I can take from this conversation, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the plan that you're proposing is sees some change in government policy regarding pipelines. We already have a lot of LNG facilities that have been approved and have various stages of permitting that are sort of awaiting financing and final details. And then you're gonna see what the market wants, right? Markets in Asia want what's happening in Europe. So one last comment, if I may. We've been very generous with your time. Europe is really disturbing global LNG markets at the moment. And it seems like a lot of new capacity in the US, even if it's contracted otherwise, is going to go to Europe for the next 5 to 7 to 10 years as they diversify away from Russian gas. What implications, and Europe's willing to pay a lot for that gas, at least for the foreseeable future. What implications does that have for the global picture when you see the doubling of costs for energy in Pakistan, increased desire to use coal and not finish LNG projects? And can we just manage those challenges by making it really easy to supply American LNG?
yeah, what are the impacts of high energy costs?
Yeah, people don't like them.
Energy impacts everything. And I think root cause of inflation, big driver of that, is energy prices. Energy touches everything. So high energy prices means we're going to have more, everything's going to get more expensive. That's going to lead to economic challenges, and the ripple effect is endless. You know, in the winter, when natural gas prices got expensive in Europe, what was one of the first things they shut down? Fertilizer plants. Now fertilizer costs are 3 times what they used to be. And on top of that, we're worried about people actually being able, 4 times? Yeah, 4 times. People are actually worried about being able to get enough food to feed population. I mean, you could look at that and say, oh, it's the farmers. No, it's the fertilizer. No, it's the root cause of it. It's unnecessarily high energy prices. So when I say that unleashing US LNG is the key to solving a lot of these issues, it absolutely is. Access to cheap, clean, reliable energy is going to be the answer because it underpins modern society. Everything we do, the 4 pillars of modern life, you know, things like fertilizer, things like concrete, things like steel, these things all require energy. And it's good that everybody's talking about energy, and it's not just some like nice feature that we have in our lives. Energy is life. Energy consumption is what controls human progress around the world, and we need to do so much more. I mean, we're talking about optimizing what we do here in the United States and Europe. Like, how about those people, the 3 billion people around the world? Where's the energy justice for them? What are we doing for them? And you think about that, it's like, it's not just this crisis that we're dealing with right now. Because when we get, let's say we get through this winter and everybody feels good about energy and we unleash US LNG and we're in great shape and we're able to finally meet our climate goals, guess what? We might have avoided the climate catastrophe, but that doesn't mean that 3 billion people around this world live in a catastrophe every single day because they're not having access to energy. So I want everybody to think as much about, you know, these people in the world and bringing energy justice to the world while also, you know, meeting, you know, climate goals. And I think they're largely intertwined, which is good.
Without irony, LNG and chicken nuggets. Thank you, Toby. Really enjoyed your presentation today. Thank you for your leadership. Colleagues, if you wouldn't mind thanking Toby. For our online guests, we're going to take a prolonged break for sandwiches and discussion here at CSIS. Hope you have a moment to take a break yourselves. We're going to return at, oh shoot, I was supposed to know this, 12:15, maybe 12:20 for our last panel of the day. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, why don't we get started? Thanks so much to those of you who stuck around. You'll be rewarded by a great panel discussion because we have a really excellent group to join us and talk about ESG issues and climate commitments for the oil and gas industry. I'm Ben Cahill. I'm a senior fellow in the Energy Security and Climate Change program here. And I'm really pleased to host this great panel of speakers. When we put together this event, we really wanted to include the ESG component. We didn't want this day to just be about energy security, adding more fossil fuel supply, without ignoring, the biggest looming question facing the industry, which is, the future of energy demand and the changing investor demands of this industry. And so I'm really interested to get the perspectives of different voices from companies who, are interacting with oil and gas companies, who can bring the perspective of asset managers, investors, activist investors, and talk about how the dynamic is changing. So the way this is going to work is that we have an hour for this discussion. I will turn to each of the speakers and ask them to give 3 to 5 minutes of opening comments. And then we'll have plenty of time for discussion and Q&A, and we'll call an audience Q&A in the last couple of minutes. So thank you to all of you for participating, and I'm going to turn it over to Betty Jung to give us a start. And before I do that, I'll just quickly introduce the 3 panelists to get us started. So Betty Jung is head of US ESG research at Credit Suisse. Tracy Cameron, to her left, is director of corporate climate engagement at Ceres. And Ben Ratner is executive director of sustainability at JP Chase. So Betty, why don't we start with you and take it away.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. So as Ben said, I'm responsible for US ESG research, which part of the equities research, part of a global team. I've been working on this over the last 2 years, and before that I was a ex-energy analyst. So I say that I can bring perspective on both sides, having looked at the space on both of them. So I will give some high-level thoughts on what's going on with ESG and how ESG investing is looking into energy sector today. But I'll start with the comment that the train has left the station. Coming out of COP26, very clearly, governments, corporates are advancing towards net zero goals. And net zero asset managers, which I think is really keeping at the spear of driving change for the sectors today. 60% of the assets under management globally have committed to net zero portfolios. And the asset managers are truly changing how they're viewing their portfolio and how they're looking at energy sector. That said, I'll say 2 messages. One is how the sustainability world is viewing energy is evolving, it's changing. And the second thing is how they're assessing companies regarding their alignment to Paris Agreement goals are also evolving. So first, their view on energy. One of the biggest reasons that they're rethinking how to incorporate energy sector in ESG portfolios is performance, returns, right? ESG portfolios today have been underperforming. Their ESG funds have underperformed from the ones that we track, roughly 7% relative to the market over the last 12 months. And a lot of that is driven by positioning. ESG investors are long tech, so they're overweight tech, and they're underweight energy. And we can imagine the spread between those sectors. And if inflation continues to rise, which is the expectation, that positioning is not going to bode well for ESG funds, which is not boding well for their performance or their inflows, and a lot of the things that has been driving up ESG sort of fund flows and focus in the investment community. Part of the reason today they're underweight energy, and we all know there is a very focus on carbon intensity, right? Like ESG funds have below average carbon intensity. They want to show better carbon metrics relative to the benchmark that resulted them being overweight tech. And now that's also driving this view on, hey, like we in order to engage change in the real world, we actually need to engage and own companies that are high carbon intensive themselves. Like the world cannot get to net zero without transforming the company that are carbon intensive today. So there's also that change moving from increasing ESG integration away from divestments. So that's how some of the things changing on their view on ESG towards the energy sector. The second thing on the assessment of companies today. We know that a lot of investors currently look at net zero transition pathways or abatement curves, which in general means a 50% reduction in emissions by 2030 and net zero by 2050. A lot of that alignment analysis today is being done at a very high level. And then the pushback is we need to be more nuanced, right? Like it's not a single pathway for the entire sector. Like every company is being assessed toward the same metric, but need to be more nuanced to think about the competitive advantage, the regional differences, the policy differences that needs to account for how companies are aligned on these transition pathways. And now another thing is there's increasing recognition that there are limitations to engagement. You hear a lot about ESG investors sort of engaging with companies to change their behavior. But there's increasing view that if you don't change the operating boundaries and the political regulatory boundaries that the companies are operating under, it's very difficult to ask companies to go from A to D without changing the business environment that they operate in. Otherwise, without changing that, you are asking companies to sacrifice returns, to sacrifice cash flow, and there's, as a result, will have growing reluctance for them to take these actions. So that leads me to the investor views. I have yet to meet a ESG investor who's willing to really sacrifice returns and performance for the better parts of good ESG performance. So they still very much care about how the company perform financially. They want, so we have heard this morning a lot about capital discipline because investors in the energy space have suffered for many years from poor returns, and that's why they're focusing on companies to really change their behavior and show that the assets are good and they can generate adequate returns. But at the same time, they are also focusing on ESG metrics, which is asking companies to control what they can control. Like methane is a big focus, right? Like ESG disclosure, transparency, all of these things. They want companies to do that. And as a result, companies are responding to that investor pressure. But think it's a big debate in the space, and energy within the context of ESG is also evolving. And I'm hearing a lot of the conversation that in the ESG conversation that's echoing what we have heard today.
That's great. Thanks so much, Betty. Yeah, I think we'll definitely come back and talk about some of those issues around disclosures, the type of data that investors are demanding, and certainly about methane. There's a lot to say. Tracy, over to you.
Hi, and thank you, Ben, and everyone for having us here. This has really been a great day. I'll give you a little background on CSIS, because many people, particularly in Washington, are not familiar with CSIS. We're a sustainability nonprofit. We've been around for over 30 years, and we work at the intersection of the investment markets, policy, and companies. So we have very strong relationships with powerful players in each of those fields, and we try to drive sustainable capital markets with that in mind. As such, we're also the coordinator for North America for Climate Action 100, which is a global initiative with 700 institutional investors and just under $70 trillion in assets under management that the global largest emitters on their climate actions. So they're looking at 3 different areas. They're looking at governance. What is the board doing to address climate risk at the company level, and how are they doing that? Are they prepared for that? They're asking companies to act on climate change, to set goals, set targets, and be very specific about transition plans and how they're going to achieve those targets. And then lastly, the reporting. If you don't have reporting, then it's, it doesn't really matter where you go with that, because, that you just don't have that credibility to back it up. So these investors engage companies in teams, and we have a benchmark that's pretty nuanced and pretty detailed that assesses the 160 companies on this list. We've done that for the last 2 years, and that really drives the engagement for the next year or so, which means what are the issues they're going to really press that company to tackle and move forward, which may be making a target on greenhouse gas emissions. It may be a methane target. It may be setting out a really detailed capital allocation plan. And so it could also mean voting. More investors that we work with are using that benchmark to inform their votes during proxy season and decide if there are directors that they're going to vote out based on their climate performance. So, I guess just bringing it back to the Ukraine issue and why, I think what brought us here together to really talk about energy security is when we think about it, the energy transition was already creating a re-engineering of the whole global energy system. And what happened in the Ukraine has really had 2 very different impacts. You've got the short-term supply issue that many investors are sensitive to. They would be, they see there's a real immediate humanitarian need that needs to be met, and they are willing to be more open to strategies that they might not have been 6 months ago when companies are looking to up production. But at the same time, we have a long-term strategy that is very much focused on accelerating the transition. What's going on in Europe is a prime example. You've got the new EU plan that's building out efficiencies, so they're going to get down their carbon use per capita. They're building out wind and solar, green hydrogen, and very aggressive plans to promote those. And they're building out LNG. So you've got these 2 things going on at the same time. So what we're seeing, and I'd love to hear from Ben and Betty on what they're thinking, is there's some appetite for short-term production that you might not have been looking to do a few months back, but overall, you still need to manage those emissions because there's always going to be uncertainty. There's going to be uncertainty on commodity prices, political will, and whatever. But like death and taxes, emissions are going up. They're just not stopping. So that has to be addressed. And as those continue to escalate, we'll have societal and regulatory and all sorts of reactions to that, which we don't know what that will look like. But the certainty is if we don't take action in the near term to address emissions, that we will have other problems to deal with besides just the political ramifications of the war in Ukraine.
Great. Thanks so much, Tracy. And I appreciate that you grounded the discussion in what's going on today in energy markets and connected that to some of the broader, longer-term themes. So Ben Ratner, over to you.
Well, thanks so much from one Ben to another. It is great to be here at CSIS. I joined JP Morgan Chase recently after serving for about 10 years at Environmental Defense Fund. And what I'll try to focus on is JP Morgan's perspective, strategy, and approach to navigating these twin issues. So look, broadly speaking, we see the need for the world to fire on 2 cylinders, both to provide energy securely, reliably, affordably, and also to keep the pedal to the metal on the climate challenge in our shared pursuit of net zero emissions. And so our strategy as a financial institution focuses on supporting firing on both of those cylinders. Last year, we established the Center for Carbon Transition within the corporate and investment bank. And one of the actions that the CCT, as we call it, led on was to establish carbon intensity reduction targets for so-called financed emissions for oil and gas and 2 other sectors to 2030. For oil and gas, we chose to break it out into an operational carbon intensity reduction target and an end-use carbon intensity reduction target. And as a participant in the Net Zero Banking Alliance, we are analyzing additional sectors where targets could be set. The Center for Carbon Transition, in addition to architecting and implementing the targets, and we can talk more about those, really leans in to support clients, including in more carbon-intensive sectors, with advisory solutions, with research, and of course with financing solutions to help them thrive and to help them adapt in a low-carbon transition. We need oil and gas today. It's also the case that not all hydrocarbons are created equal from a carbon footprint standpoint. And there are some opportunities, and my colleagues on the panel have already alluded to 1 or 2 of them, for near-term, actionable emission reductions associated with fossil fuels. Taking a step back on the climate pillar, we also have a $1 trillion target for financing and facilitating green initiatives. That's a 10-year target. And in the ESG report that we released a few months ago, we reported that last year, we financed and facilitated $106 billion toward green initiatives led by categories including renewable energy, energy efficiency, and sustainable transportation. So there are a lot of commercial opportunities in that space. And lastly, I would say that we engage with a range of stakeholders who have perspectives across the spectrum. We value those engagements. We learn from them. I think our strategy is enriched for it. And we're doing our part, for our firm to deliver business results, to continue supporting clients in a thoughtful manner in the low carbon transition, and to contribute positive environmental impact.
Fantastic. Thanks, Ben. Trillion with a T, that's a big number. We don't hear that very often, so we'd love to hear some more details about that green financing target. So we're going to move into an open discussion. Lots to cover. I think there's plenty to unlock in terms of the G part of the ESG and really talk about governance and corporate leadership, boards, what's being asked of them. But Betty, let me start with you. So I think you mentioned that the transition plan that investors are asking for from companies, those metrics have changed. But let me start with just a broad question. What makes a convincing ESG plan for companies?
No, that's a great question, and you would think it's a simple answer, but I think it's increasingly realized it's a very involved answer. In that, and I'm sure Tracy will agree, in some of the basic table stakes of a transition plan require good governance of connectivity of overseeing climate-related risk management and not just assessment of risk, but also opportunities. So you need a governance framework. And you also need a transition strategy that incorporates detailed numbers around capital allocation, right? How much are you making on the sort of efforts to reduce your emissions, not just a long-term target. Net zero 2050 is no longer enough, right? Like we need near-term 2025, 2030, how are you gonna get there? And a lot of the sort of details around just near-term reduction trends as well as longer-term efforts. And some of the companies are starting to release that. What I'm hearing increasingly, though, is that just looking at a carbon centric view, or greenhouse gas centric view, is not enough. It's not just enough that, reducing emissions by X amount by 2030. You also need to bring in an economic view, right? Like how much does it cost? Like what of your emissions is actually you can mitigate at very low cost? What takes $50 carbon price? What would take $100 carbon price? What's not economical? What is beyond your control? Segment your emissions based on these economic buckets and then address them based on what of the things that's addressable today that you're doing, what is it that requires you engaging with the broader community that you're helping to address. So bringing that economic angle to this transition plan will make it a bit more tangible from the action perspective. But then the thing is, everything we're talking here is really leading edge. Some of the basics are not even there. Like the disclosure are still not good enough. I think the last time TCFD had a status report, there are 11 metrics in the TCFD report. Company on average report on 3. Vast majority of them do not give any data on their transition scenario analysis. So the disclosure front is far from where it needs to be. And yet the investors are already moving on to tell me about how much does it cost to bring down the different buckets of your emissions.
Tracy, do you want to add anything on what makes a good net zero plan and what you're looking for from company statements and engagement?
Yeah, I would echo all of that. I would echo all of that. I'll talk a little bit more about engagement. I think what investors who are able to take the time, like JP Morgan and Credit Suisse, to really understand their investments, they're looking at also management capability. They're looking at not just what's on paper, but does management really have a plan? Are they, how are they thinking about scope 3 emissions? Everybody knows scope 3 emissions are double counted. It's hard to, figure out what a real scope 3 emission is. But if you have a management team that at least is focused on it and is thinking about that, and you have a board that really is thinking about a transition, it flows through to the plan, but I think what the investors we're working with, they're reading between the lines to really get that sense that this is not something that the company is putting out because they're checking the box, they want to, get on record that they have a plan, but that there's confidence that the board really is going to act on it and bring this company into, the net zero transition versus companies that are really just putting out a plan but really have little heart behind it.
Yeah, let me ask you to talk a little bit more about that, and then I'd invite others to jump into if you like. But this issue around management and governance of companies, talk a little bit about what are the new expectations for a board and for corporate executives, tying executive pay to meeting certain climate-related targets, appointing people at boards who are going to make this a priority. How do you see that evolving?
Yeah, well, I think most people probably know there was a contest at Exxon last year where Engine won a brand new, hedge fund with very little financing, was able to get 3 out of 4 new board seats at Exxon. And they did that because they tapped into this long-standing frustration with investors that the company really wasn't addressing climate change. If you go back 50 years, there has been shareholder pressure at Exxon to address climate issues. And of course, over the 50 years, those have become much more nuanced and more specific. And the resolutions these days are very targeted on how to transition. But the board was not responsive, and investors are getting a lot of pressure from clients. They need to make this transition. They need to show that they're not investing in companies that really aren't acting, particularly a company like Exxon that is, one of the largest fossil fuel emitters. So they're an important player in that game. So, they were able to tap into that and just re-emphasize the accountability that boards work for shareholders. And I think that may have gotten lost a bit over the last 10, 20 years, but that's being brought to light more, and we'll expect to see more accountability, I think, in the coming years as investors are looking at different aspects. For instance, policy is a very hot topic. How is the company dealing on policy on climate issues? Are they helping that along, or are they being a hindrance to good climate policy? And if company stands out, then there will be some investors who will vote against either the chair of the policy committee or the full committee or whatever action they choose to take. So it's definitely getting more heat at the board level.
Maybe I could pick up on a couple of things. First, agree that there's an important role for public policy and technology, innovation, and consumer behavior change as prerequisites to propel us on our common pursuit of net zero emissions. Going back to the question about management and targets, I wanted to build on the earlier remarks. So I mentioned we were the first of the large US banks last year to set carbon intensity reduction targets for 3 sectors, including oil and gas. And as we shared in our ESG report earlier this year, the focus, part of the focus now is turning toward implementation. Those targets are at the sector level. We engage, of course, with corporate clients. And the Center for Carbon Transition, as we shared in our ESG report, is beginning to use an assessment framework that helps us with the constructive engagement as we assess carbon and help clients in the low carbon transition. And so what that looks like in practice is, as a capital allocator, we need to make decisions. And for in-scope clients, both as to lending and as to debt capital markets, we can factor in this assessment tool to plug in, if you will, a carbon assessment as part of one of the factors in our usual decision-making process, looking at a number of the factors or indicators that my colleagues have mentioned, emissions performance, but also future-looking factors, including decarbonization plans, including governance around climate and so forth. And this enables us to have fulsome consideration during decision-making, and also on an ongoing basis to assess progress of both of our clients and our own.
Yeah, this might be a good time to talk a little bit more about emissions intensity and methane. So at CSIS, we've done a lot of research on methane emissions and global gas over the last 9 months or so. And one of the things that was pretty remarkable to me was how engaged the investor community is on this with companies and how much granular data they're pushing for. What plans are you using? What kind of technology? What's your abatement strategy? How fast can you do it? I mean, to a very detailed level. So let's talk about methane for a minute. Maybe Ben, I'll stick with you to start. You were at Environmental Defense Fund in a previous life. Obviously, that's the kingpin in this world about methane reductions, and EDF has done great work on it. Talk to us a little bit about how JP Morgan Chase is kind of trying to drive companies to do more.
So JP Morgan was public on methane last year in the release of what we call the Carbon Compass methodology, which underpins that approach to setting and implementing greenhouse gas reduction targets, carbon intensity reduction targets. If you look under the hood, if you will, of this 35% carbon intensity reduction target for oil and gas for 2030, that is based on a framework that on average assumes an expectation of about 75% methane emission reduction and 90% reduction in CO2 associated with flaring. So in other words, we see timely, actionable opportunities to help to minimize methane emissions and virtually eliminate wasteful flaring of natural gas. JP Morgan also acknowledged that improving methane measurement, improving the quality of that data is one of our shared challenges and priorities. I think in the ESG world, data quality is often the coin of the realm, and in some ways, methane is a textbook example of that, where leading companies are using monitoring, verification, in some cases even quantification, and technology advancements are ushering in higher levels of measurement over time.
Yeah, great. Betty, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, no, I think so this is how Ben and I met like a couple years ago, talking methane, and it's really helpful, I think, for investors coming sort of to understand what's the ask of the industry. And that ask and that benchmark is being done by work from EDF and from other international NGOs to say, hey, what we want for you guys is a 75% reduction or potentially even higher methane reduction by 2030, less than 0.25% methane intensity on the production side. We want commitment on zero flaring. Like, they come up with a list of asks, and then investors then can engage on where you are at against a benchmark. So one of the things that clear for investors is knowing what the benchmarks are at, and then compare companies against that. And this is then, I really think it's an area of industry ingenuity. Right? Once we understand that benchmark, just think about how much the adoption of responsibly sourced gas or certified gas has really risen just over the last year. The industry has picked up on that idea of certifying gas, understanding what's your methane intensity, which is also based on continuous monitoring and improved technology on what's the best practices, and then they are going after it. And as Toby mentioned earlier, it's really not that expensive in the case of how much cash flow the industry is generating today. So they're going after it if it's made tangible to them what they have to do. I'm also very interested in all this development about markets around methane certificates. Right, like at the end, it's not just about ESG disclosure, but how do the commercial benefits of engaging on producing that cleaner unit of gas and getting compensated a premium for zero methane gas. And those are the private sector sort of just coming together and engaging to not just improve their ESG credentials, but also helping their business case as well.
Great. Tracy, you mentioned Climate Action 100 Plus, I think is the proper name. Yeah. Betty, you mentioned the Net Zero Asset Owners Group. Can you both talk to us a little bit about what these groups are and what is the power of joining up lots of investors to talk about common issues? So Tracy, start with you.
Yeah, so Climate Action 100, as I mentioned, is a global initiative, and I think there are a couple of advantages. The advantage for investors is they can have a unified ask that they're going out to companies, and they can work specifically on one or two companies and get very, very in deep with that company or companies, and know that they have other partners around the globe doing a similar thing. So it's really trying to move all these companies in the same direction at once. And what we're hearing from companies as well is it's extremely helpful for them to have a single voice on the other end of the table and to have a common ask, because companies will often say, I talked to 20 investors, they're asking me for 20 different things. It's too hard for me. But just an example, yesterday we had a convening of, I coordinate a group of midstream companies and investors. There were 40 people on the call, some trade associations, talking about how do we get better reporting, across the value chain so we can build out this data highway to really understand what supports low carbon gas, because there is a market for it. It's definitely growing in Europe, but if we don't have the data to prove that this gas, went from the wellhead to wherever that endpoint is, and what the carbon embedded in that is, it's not very helpful. So, I think just that common voice has been really helpful for Climate Action 100 for that initiative.
Maybe I will bring it out, and certainly echoing a lot of what Tracy has said about just the importance of creating a common ground on disclosure, definition of metrics, right? Like how do we define methane intensity? How do we define, scope 1, 2, and 3? And but I think if we bring it out a bit, like what's really pressuring investors, a lot of it is also on the ESG disclosure front, the mandate, right? You're in Europe, funds needs to align with the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation to say what type of fund are you in, how do you integrate ESG, what level ESG integration are you at? Is it sort of just pure integration, or do you prioritize E, S, or G metrics, or are you seeking impact? Each one of these type of category has a different quote-unquote investable universe. And SEC is sort of following suit in the name through a lot of that effort to crack down on just asking the investors to define their ESG integration practices. And along that line, net zero alignment is becoming almost synonymous with ESG integration. In order to, the E is to do transition analysis and all that. So there's a lot of efforts to laying the common ground on what metrics are you looking at. For net zero asset managers, we've looked at a sort of progress report or up the targets that the asset managers are setting. And I think one of the most popular ones, like what does it actually mean? It's carbon intensity of your portfolio, sort of weighted average carbon intensity of your portfolio right now based on scope 1 and 2 emissions is for that numbers to decline somewhere around 50% by 2030, and then to reach net zero by 2050. For a lot of the net zero asset manager funds, the actively managed funds, a lot of that money today, especially on the equity side, is already committing to align with that level of performance. Scope 3 is a separate level of disclosure to say what's your portfolio exposure on scope 3, and companies are being, or the funds are being asked to track the trends in their scope 3, and then eventually they will be asked to set a scope 3 target as well. I think, so that's what's going on in the market today. That said, I think there's also, there is still a bit of tension that you see within asset managers as well. A lot of these targets are being set by ESG sustainability teams that, sort of the entire fund, the firm is looking to achieve these type of goals. But then when you come down to the investor fund PM levels, you get into some of the more heated discussions that we've been having earlier this morning about return, balancing climate objectives relative to environmental objectives. How do we get there? How do we achieve all of these targets? And that's a source of constant communication and sort of trade-off conversation that people are having internally as well.
Yeah. Ben, let me turn to you. I want to ask for some more details about that giant green financing target that you mentioned before. So $1 trillion altogether, 100 billion a year, if I heard correctly. Are you finding enough of a pool of investable projects? That's a big number. And I imagine that many investors and asset managers are looking for the same type of projects. So how's the process playing out?
Great question. So look, let me start by observing that engaging with stakeholders, particularly this year, hearing an increasing recognition that the supply side and the demand side of the energy system and the low carbon transition matter. And so maybe two examples that I would pick out to highlight just in this last year where we did $106 billion in financing and facilitation of green initiatives. On the supply side, we helped to arrange, I believe, $2 billion in financing for the Vineyard Wind offshore project, which when it's completed, we expect to be about the biggest offshore wind facility in the United States, powering something like 800 megawatt hours and providing energy for 400,000 Massachusetts area individuals and businesses. So that's an example on the supply side. On the demand side, we helped Tata Motors with an equity capitalization of a new subsidiary for passenger electric vehicles. And this was a way for them to get access to a broader base of investors and to accelerate their progress. Taking a step back, Ben, a little bit more directly to your question, there are a lot of opportunities in this space. Naturally, some years will have greater numbers, some years will have more modest numbers. Again, back to maybe one of Tracy's points, public policy is one of the prerequisites for the private sector to move further, faster on decarbonization, including putting capital to work. And for example, we've recognized that market-oriented solutions such as a carbon tax can send a signal that is positive for entrepreneurship and for innovation. It may not be the moment in the sun today for carbon tax, but that and other market-oriented solutions have a role in helping the private sector allocate more capital to these kinds of solutions.
Great.
Can I just add something on
please.
carbon tax in general? I think investors and really corporates now, they are supporters of carbon price because they are, or maybe generally speaking, in that what companies are being asked to do is to put an internal cost of carbon and then apply that to their abatement plans, right? And you can either raise the carbon price explicitly, like an actual explicit carbon regulation or fuel efficiency regulation, so that's more on the public policy side, or you can raise it internally, implicitly, which is investor pressure, or sort of recently there's some work on carbon offsets, right? In some ways, the voluntary carbon market is growing because the compliance carbon market is not covering enough of the emissions. And the only way for companies to reach net zero is to use removal credits that are a lot more expensive than what is today. There's a lot of talk about reforms needed for the voluntary carbon market, but it's really in the effort to raise the internal cost of carbon so that it's not easy for companies to just go off by a $5 offset and then say, hey, we have achieved carbon neutrality and all of a sudden look good. But it's actually they require to look at the reduction, look at how much it will cost to reduce these emissions, and that like the residual emissions is actually a lot more difficult for them to reduce, and as a result, they will have to go back to actually reducing the emissions themselves. So carbon price is a way to normalize transition analysis in our work.
Can I ask a question? I think it's more for Ben and Betty, but how fungible are you finding those investment dollars for green investments? You know, it seems like I hear investors say, we don't have to invest in energy. So, you know, if we're going to invest in traditional energy, there's no mandate that we have to do that. So if, you know, there are just too many hurdles sometimes in terms of getting the data, being concerned about carbon, concerned about stranded assets. Are you finding that those, you know, investment dollars are, you know, happy to go to the greener investments, or are there, sort of different pockets of allocated money and they're staying in their respective lanes?
Betty, I might defer to you on that one.
That's a great question, and actually it's, I think you started off that question with, they don't have to own energy, nor are they excluded from owning oil and gas. Okay, there is a much bigger exclusion list for thermal coal. But when we looked at the exclusionary policies, you have much greater coverage of exclusion on coal, on defense, on tobacco, but not really oil and gas. That's a minority. Why have they not owned it? Because they didn't have to. Energy sector was underperforming. It was underperforming because of other financial reasons. ESG was part of it, but it was returns, it was governance issues, it was all the issues that had plagued the space. And now it's sort of reversing, right? The returns are much better, the companies are getting it, they are addressing climate credentials where they can. So people are asking the question of maybe we should be looking at energy again. Not just, and what's drawing them in is performance and returns, but what's gonna keep them is that the company are not playing, they need to be mindful of all these ESG pressure, that they need to be good players and be responsible operator so that they don't give investors a reason for not being able to own them. So a lot of these transition analysis, it's not like if you don't have a scope 3 reduction plan, then you're not investable. Like there's no hard lines around that, but I think the management do need to engage on these issues in a more genuine way, but investors are certainly looking at the space now.
Yeah, thanks, Betty. That's a great way of explaining it. I mean, just to add a little bit of color, I remember an event a couple years ago, kind of in the dark days of profitability for the oil and gas industry, and there were a few fund managers who, they manage broad energy funds, and someone asked the question of them, "Are you out of oil and gas?" And they basically said, "No, we're not. It just doesn't compete for capital right now in this fund. If the performance improves, we'll come back. We don't have a strict bar from investing in this sector, and it's not like we've been directed to take capital away from this industry and direct it into more, but until the returns improve, I'm not going to do it." So obviously things have changed a little bit. We have a couple more minutes for questions, so if you do have a question, please stand up, go to the microphone, just state your affiliation and a brief question. But let me ask something else. We've talked a couple times now about data and disclosures, so I have to ask the inevitable question. What is the significance to you? Maybe start with you, Tracy, of the SEC climate disclosure rule. Is it new? Is it a big burden on companies? Is it going beyond what they already had to provide to investors? What is the significance of that? And maybe anyone else who wants to add to it.
Yeah, definitely. It was a big step. And I think that we were very happy. We were very pleased with the granularity and the expectations. It was a high bar, and we understand that's a high bar for companies. But in the long run, the better you level the playing field for all companies so that they all understand what's expected and give investors the information they need, that's a huge advantage, I think, to the US markets, because as we go to these low emission markets, the only way you're going to prove that credibility is, if you have systems in place like that reporting that people can feel confidence in. One piece of that we were very happy with was the assurance or attestation requirement, because climate data is really poor. There's no standard for how it's checked. It's not like financial data where there's a very rigorous process in place to test it, to question management, to go through this whole series of questions to understand that data is good data. Climate data doesn't have that, and now as it's becoming more linked to real dollars, you've got executive compensation that's linked to greenhouse gas emissions, you've got maybe a sustainability linked bond, and if that's based on poor data, you wouldn't base your your financial strategy on revenue numbers that were, pulled out of a hat. So you need that level of assurance and credibility in the data. So we were very pleased with that.
Yeah, no, I agree with what Tracy just said about just the importance of level setting the data, the disclosure, the transparency. I'm hearing that I think the assurance is so important that it's no longer just a marketing team coming up with data, but it needs to be, company needs to be accountable for how they calculate and provide that data. But there is a piece of it that I think might be less useful for investors, which is actually quantifying the financial risk on a line-by-line basis on scenario analysis. I'm not sure what you're hearing on this, but I don't think the level of detail and sort of the analysis that will go into that, providing that disclosure is massive, right? There's no consensus on what scenario, how to run your scenario analysis. And even if they can come up with all these measures, I'm not sure it's really that decision useful for investors. So that's an area that we probably that's not wholly necessary, but I think everything else from scope 1, 2, and 3 disclosure, and that's what TCFD, that's what investors are already asking for. And then the other thing, a point real quick, I would just mention, it's not just about the energy sector, it's everyone, right? So this energy actually been probably doing relatively better on disclosure because they're under all this pressure. There's sectors that I think investor will be surprised at the level of scope 3 exposure that they have. And it's about leveling the playing field so that we understand where that pressure is not just, so that the investor pressure is not just on the supply side, but a lot of it is on the demand side as well.
Great. Question from the audience?
Joseph Majkut, CSIS. I have a question about maturity and scale, right? So ESG is sort of moving beyond its early stages. We're starting to see political backlash here in the United States and from elements of the finance industry itself. And so I'm wondering what your thoughts are, particularly, Betty, as you were talking about sort of ESG, sort of like including higher internal carbon prices and forcing more mitigation, how these practices can achieve scale and mature over time as they sort of start to bite, if you will.
Yeah. Thanks for the question. I do welcome your guys' thoughts as well. But I think one of the things about sort of the evolution of ESG is that we are increasingly, you're recognizing some limitations about engagement, right? If the policies and regulations are not there, should we be asking companies to sacrifice returns? And then the unintended consequences that you mentioned is increasingly a focus, right? It's not just about the E, it's about the S. The S spans globally. There's a lot of focus on the modern slavery, human rights. Is it better to get production from Russia or the US? Certainly it's the latter. So there's a lot of these nuances. It's about other things that's being brought in to look at it more holistically. And that ESG investing and conversation and thinking is evolving. I don't think we're there yet because a lot of the conversation today or application of ESG is based on metrics and targets and ESG scores and ratings that don't cover a lot of these nuances. And honestly, it's very difficult to do at a holistic, systematic level, that we just run the screen, run all these metrics and look at companies against these metrics. And I think, so some of what's going on in the funds themselves is to integrate fundamental analyst views, the sector analyst views, to bring more of the economic views to to understand these nuances. And I think, so ESG, there is a lot of pushback on sort of ESG investing. Maybe it would be more, no, sustainability is only growing. Like we can see how energy sector is really trying to advance a lot of efforts on energy transition. So that's not going to stop. It's more about how we view companies and how we integrate them into our portfolios, that we're not just looking at carbon intensity of companies. That more nuanced approach is where I think sort of where ESG, application of ESG practices is going to go.
I'll just add one thought that I think part of that pushback is a measure of success, right? You're getting pushback because it's been successful. It's really pushing companies to disclose the financial impacts, to disclose how the board is managing it. So it's not always a bad thing.
Well, we are just about out of time, but let me just ask one final question to each of you for closing thoughts. So you're all ESG, sustainability professionals. We have some younger people in the audience. We have probably a lot of people joining online who are either students or young professionals. What advice do you have to offer on working in this field in ESG and sustainability? What changes are you seeing? Your insights on working day to day on these issues. Maybe Ben, start with you.
Maybe I'll kick us off. I just feel so privileged and lucky to work in this space, and would definitely encourage to young people taking on a career and making a contribution and carving out a lane for yourself in whether it's ESG, sustainability, energy. These are such worthy challenges and opportunities. I was struck by a comment made by a conference participant earlier, which is that something that climate folks and energy folks have in common, as passionate as we sometimes are, is those are both fundamentally about helping people live better lives. And as challenging as the issues can sometimes be to unpack and address in a thoughtful way, there's so much upside. And so I would really encourage people to take a career in a part of this field. The one piece of advice that I would give is this. Should you engage on science or engineering or law, economics, business? The answer is yes, right? These issues present in multifaceted ways. And so the more that you can expose yourself to different disciplines, different ways of thinking, different ways of speaking, different ways of problem solving, colleagues and partners and coworkers and fellow students who are trained in different ways, the better positioned you will be to take leadership and help us make collective progress on these topics.
That's hard to follow. And I can't leave without thanking Ben for his amazing work on methane. Every time we talk about methane, it really goes back to so much of the work you've done. I'll just speak for our firm, Ceres. We've grown from, very small to 200 and some odd people. Our biggest challenge now is keeping our employees, because there is such a demand. Suddenly every Fortune 500 company is hiring sustainability people. The audit and accounting profession is hiring hundreds of thousands. The demand is just enormous. So, and it's a relatively small pool of people that have really strong experience in this space. So there's definitely a need, but on top of everything that Ben offered.
Wow, it's hard to follow after two really great thoughts. It's such a privilege to be looking at this space in this time of transformation. Drinking from the fire hose every day feels like, and but that just tells you where all the opportunities are. And probably Larry Finn's quote Larry Finn's letter, the unicorns of tomorrow, something along this line. The unicorns of tomorrow is not going to be the next tech company, but it will be something in the decarbonization space. I'm sure I pretty butchered the quote, but that just, we don't know where the solutions are. We don't. There's so much innovation happening. Like in each niche area of the climate solution space. It could be carbon removal, carbon avoidance, adaptation, nature solutions. There's just so many ways of helping you solve the problem. So find what you're passionate about, most interested in, dig in, engage, collaborate, and try to. I think you can make an impact.
Terrific. Well, that's a great closing note. Thank you, Betty, Tracy, Ben, for excellent panel discussion. And it's down to me to close the conference. So I want to thank everyone for coming and being with us today. Everyone who joined online, thank you so much for joining as well. It takes a lot of work to put on an event these days, especially in the era of COVID. So I want to thank my colleagues, Joseph Majkut, Lisa Hyland, Ian Barlow, Tani Salma, for doing all the work to put this together. And we will see you all soon at another event at CSIS. Thanks so much.